Please stand for the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago.
Good morning, students. My name is Siobhan George, Guidance Officer 2 of St. Patrick Education District. Welcome to our first virtual district career fair. Thank you for participating in this event. Today, you will be exposed to many careers and tertiary institutions. Career exploration and planning is very important because at this stage in your development, it gives you a chance to investigate the skills needed, the qualifications required, as well as whether the career aligns with your personality as you move towards achieving your goals. We thank your schools, parents, the St. Patrick Education District, the presenters, and RSC International in making this day a success. Do enjoy this day's events and have fun in finding out the best careers to suit your goals. God bless.
Good morning and welcome to our 2021 Career Fair. It's a pleasure for us to be with you this morning, and I want to welcome all of you again. Thanking you for being here. I am Ms. Primus, and with me is Mr. Neil Ramkisoon and Mrs. Reynolds, who is working behind the scenes. We are happy to have you with us this morning, and I pray that today will be a beautiful day for you. As we start the day, you are going to be given a lot of information. So have your pen, have your paper ready, make sure that you have your snack ready for when you have to get a snack. All right. So we have with us Mrs. George from the Trinidad and Tobago Nursing Establishment. And I want to say good morning to you, Mrs. George. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you with us, and we are excited to hear all the information that you are going to give us. So you can go right ahead, and all is yours.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning to the students. My name is Elizabeth George, and I have been in nursing for over 18 years. Okay. When I was young, I always remember myself saying, I want to be a teacher. Every little girl I think out there thinks about being a teacher. And then when I was 9, my father was diagnosed with cancer. And I remember visiting him in the hospital, and seeing the nurses taking care of him, right? And I saw it as, okay, all right, I want to be a teacher, but I think I could be a nurse as well. Then I started interacting with my neighbor. We used to call her Auntie Hillary. And she was a nurse. And I used to see her getting up, leaving to go to work, the little white cap on her head, her nice white uniform. And then by interacting with her, and I started asking her some more questions, I spending more time with her. I said, okay, this is the profession for me. All right. So as soon as I finished school, I had sent in my applications. I started finding out exactly where you have to apply, what you have to do. Right. At that time, the Ministry of Health were providing training nursing students. So I sent in my application. They sent me back a letter saying that, they don't have any space right now. They're on file. So I said, okay. So I'm waiting. I say, okay, I want to start working. So I went to McDonald's. That was my first job. I worked at McDonald's for 11 months. During that period of time, it didn't take me away from my goal, which was to be a nurse. So I still, COSTAT, I saw an application where COSTAT was taking on nurses. So I said, okay, well, seeing that I didn't get through to the Ministry of Health and they have me on file, I'll apply to COSTAT. So there and then, COSTAT accepted me into their nursing program, right? 18 years ago, 2002 actually. So September of 2002, I walked into the COSTAT Institute in Port of Spain for my first day of nursing. Since then, as I said, over 18 years later, I have not regretted making this decision. All right? I have not regretted making this decision. So I would like to ask the students, everybody they know, okay, my friend is a nurse, my friend's mother is a nurse, the neighbor down the road is a nurse, but what exactly is a nurse? Can any of the students tell me what they think a nurse is?
All right, so I will ask my colleagues to send me any information, like any answers that are forthcoming, so you can talk by the time while they say, okay, someone says a helper for doctors.
Someone says?
That's the only answer we have so far. A helper for doctors.
Okay.
Someone who helps take care of sick people.
Okay, nice. Keep them coming. Anybody else?
Well, I'm waiting. All right, the person who take vitals.
Good. That's a good answer. All right. I'm coming back to that question because I want to know what is vitals. So seeing that this person knows about vitals, I want to know what is vitals, but I'll come back to that just now. Okay, so they were all great ideas. All right, and they are exactly what a nurse is. Because a nurse is a trained person, right? A person who is trained to provide patient care. But nursing, so that's a nurse. But what is nursing, right? Nursing is a profession. That's the most important thing. And that's something I need for people to understand. Because, they might say, okay, a doctor is a professional or a lawyer is a professional, but a nurse is a profession as well, right? And it's one of the most long-standing professions out there, all right? And this profession dwells within the healthcare sector, right? And we focus on patient care, as well as caring for individuals, families, as well as the community. So it's not just about seeing about the patient, but nurses take care of the family of the patients as well as the community at large. Because I'm sure each one of us here visit our local health centers, right? So these patients are in the health center and not literally sick in bed, needing the nurse to feed them or take care of them in bed, but they are walking into the health center to have their blood pressures checked. They are walking in to see to get medication in the pharmacy. They're walking in for different situations. So the nurse in the community is helping the community as well. All right. We as nurses, we help persons to attain health if you're sick. So we want you to get back to recover, back to health. We want you to help people to maintain health. So the persons who are well, we help you and we teach you strategies to maintain that level of health, as well as we want to help you to optimize or to maintain the highest level of health possible. So you're healthy and we teach you ways to improve your health, right? Anybody know of a way that we think that we could help, give advice that we could give to a healthy person to improve their health? Any suggestions? Anybody? All right, so by the time we're waiting on that answer, let's go on. So, you know, there's the nurse. The nurse is the person in the white uniform in the hospital, but there are other categories of nursing staff as well. So sometimes you might see somebody in a cream uniform, or some people tend to tell themselves when they come in the hospital, everybody except the nurse, everybody other than the doctor is a nurse, right? So you see all different color uniforms, all different, but everybody has a special role. So when it comes to nursing, right, we have three main category of nursing staff. The lowest level is what we call the PCA, right? This is the patient care assistant. This is the person that you would see in blue, right? The person wears an all blue uniform. This is the lowest level in the nursing staff category. So this person would help like serving of the meals, preparing the areas, you know, replenishing the stocks, right? They share little direct patient care, but they are within the environment, assisting the patient to the bathroom, you know, whatever assistance that the nurse or the nursing assistant may need, the patient care assistant is there, or the patients need to assist. After the patient care assistant, we have the enrolled nursing assistant. This is the person that you would see in a cream uniform, all right? The enrolled nursing assistant goes through a 2-year training program, which allows them to carry out nursing care duties. So they would be the persons responsible for, as I said, bathing the patient, feeding the patient, doing the vital signs, as somebody mentioned earlier. All right, so we'll go into what vital signs are in a bit. Doing the vital signs, assisting the patients, like if they need help with turning, moving, getting something moving, going to different departments to have procedures done, the nursing assistant would accompany the patient. So the nursing assistant would be the person right below the nurse, working hand in hand with the nurse to ensure that the patients receive optimum level of care. So the nurses are the persons now in white, or you would see them wearing scrubs or colorful scrubs, depending on the department that you go in, right? So these are called nurses or registered nurses, RNs, you might hear some people call them, all right? So this is the person who has gone through 3 to 5 years of nursing training, right? And is now registered with the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago as a certified registered nurse, all right? So what does the nurse do? So, okay, some people have given us examples earlier, right? So give me some more examples. What do you think the nurse in the hospital does? Anybody? Nobody? Nobody has an idea what a nurse does? Wow. Nobody? All right. So as somebody said earlier, the nurse cares for the sick. All right. We monitor vital signs which would include checking the person's blood pressure, checking their pulse rate or their heart rate, checking to see if they're breathing properly, checking to see if they're getting enough oxygen, right? Oxygen is the air that we breathe, making sure the levels within the blood are within the acceptable ranges, checking the person's blood sugar, right? Checking the person's temperature. These signs are what we call vital signs. And they are called vital signs because these are the signs that we use to determine the health or increase in health or deterioration in health of a person. For example, if the person's blood pressure is extremely high, then we know something is wrong. Or if it's extremely low, we know that something is wrong as well. All right? If the person is breathing too fast or breathing too slow, if the person's temperature is high, you know they have a fever. If the person's temperature is low, we know we need to cloak them up. They're going through something that we could call hypovolemic, where the blood temperatures are too low. If the blood sugar is too high or the blood sugar is too low, this could also lead to problems. So this is one of the most important functions of a nurse, because these are the signs that would help us in our everyday jobs to ensure that our patients don't go into any type of distress.
Hi, excuse me. Hello? Your mic has been muted for a little while.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes, I am now. Kind of
So
low.
what was the last thing you heard?
Actually, I'm just tech support. I wasn't really paying attention.
Can any of the guidance officers tell me the last thing that they heard? Hello?
Hi, Ms. George. Good morning.
Morning.
You hear me? I'm Neil Ramkisoon. I am a guidance counselor. The last thing we heard you say was when you were talking about vitals, right? After the second time, after you asked the second question, right? And you were muted right when you touch your screen?
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
So
So let me go back
hear
to
you
vital
loud and clear
signs.
now.
Great.
Okay. Thank
Did
you.
any answers come in about vital signs?
No, not yet.
All right, good.
All right.
So as I said, we monitor vital signs, which included, I'm not sure if they heard what vital signs were, so I'll go back over what vital signs are, right? So it's blood pressure, blood sugar, monitoring the temperature of the person, monitoring the respiration or how fast or how slow the person breathes, right? Monitoring temperature, right? So we look for any elevation in the person's the person's temperature, right? As well as when I said you're monitoring the blood sugar, we are looking for persons whose blood sugar levels are extremely high or extremely low, right? As I said, vital signs are one of the most important functions of the nurse, a monitoring of vital signs, because this is where we determine if something is going wrong with our patients, all right? And as the nurse, one of our major responsibilities would also be to talk to the doctor, to report back to the doctor as to what is going on or what we observe from these vital signs. So if we check a patient and we realize that their blood sugar is blood sugar or blood pressure is extremely high, it is our responsibility to one, inform the doctor, as well as provide the medication that the doctor had prescribed for the patient on admission. All right. Giving medication, that's one of our jobs as a nurse, or our responsibilities as a nurse. The doctor would prescribe the medication that the patient is to be placed on based on the condition that the patient comes into the hospital for, right? And it's our responsibility to ensure that the patient gets their medication at the appropriate date, time, and dosage. All right? Doing dressings. This is another function of the nurse. So sometimes we know people might come to the hospital, they get a cut, or they fall and they break their limb, or they have to do a surgery resulting in an opening. So the nurse's responsibility is to ensure that these dressings are done daily, right? As well as report any findings. Or sometimes persons would have an infected wound at home and they have to come to the hospital because they didn't take care of it at home. So the responsibility of the nurse now to do the dressings to these patients and ensure that we try to get them back to a state of well-being. All right. Nurses also assist with surgeries. All right. Nurses assist with emergencies, like in the emergency department. Nurses also specialize in different areas. So based on your particular area of specialization, it would also increase the amount of responsibilities or duties that you have. All right. Patient teaching is one of our major roles, right? So as a nurse, you are responsible for educating both patients, families, and as I said, communities on ways to improve their health, as well as we educate them or teach them about their condition, because sometimes persons might come to the hospital for the first time, not feeling well, and then they realize, okay, well, doctor said that my pressure is high, so I'm now considered as hypertensive. All right, so but what does that mean? So as a nurse, we are responsible for a lot of patient teaching, right? Teaching the patients what their condition is, what type of meals they should be having, what they could do to ensure that they maintain their blood pressures at the appropriate level, teaching the relatives how to now cope with this new lifestyle, what lifestyle changes that they would have to adapt to, how to administer the medication, what they should do, what they should avoid. All right. So patient teaching is one of our major goals, one of our major responsibilities as a nurse. All right. We are also our patient's advocate, right? So remember when a patient comes into the hospital, they are exposed to a multidisciplinary team, meaning that we have a lot of people would be seeing this one particular patient. All right, so let's use the example of the patient coming into the hospital with high blood pressure. So the doctor would be the person seeing the patient, admit the patient, prescribe medication. But the doctor would also refer this patient to the dietitian, right? So the dietitian will now help this patient to determine what type of meals they're supposed to be having to help to reduce the blood pressure, right? They might refer the patient, if the patient has a financial issue, the patient might be referred to the medical social worker, right? So the medical social worker would now intervene to help the patient determine ways that they can help them, whether it be financially or physically, in attaining the medication, doing different tests that they may have to do, right? The person would be referred to the community liaison unit. So therefore, when the person returns home, you'll have somebody checking up on the person or referred to the health center, where the health center could now check on the person. So when you come to the hospital, you have a multidisciplinary approach where multiple disciplines or multiple different people would assist in one patient care. So the nurse as the advocate now would liaise with the doctor. Okay, doc, well, I see that you saw the patient, but you didn't refer her to the dietitian, right? So sometimes within everything, it might miss out something. So therefore, the nurse would be the one responsible for looking out for your patient, making sure that the patient gets what they're supposed to get, the best interest of the patient. You ask the doctor, okay, well, call in the relatives, have a talk with the relatives, let them know where they are, what we plan to do next. All right. So it's your job to look out for your patient, to make sure everything goes well. All right. Any questions thus far?
No, Miss George, I have not seen any questions so far, but
All
I will
right.
let you know.
Okay, great. So where do nurses work? Nurses don't only work within the hospital, all right? Nurses work within private institutions. So sometimes you might go to a private medical center, you'll see a nurse there. Nurses work in the health centers within the community. Nurses work within any health institution across the country, you would find nurses. Even in some pharmacies, you would find nurses, or anything dealing with health or medication or patient care, you can find nurses there. All right. Our major hospitals across Trinidad would be the Point Fortin area hospital. We have the San Fernando General Hospital. We have the Couva Multidisciplinary Training Center. We have Chaguanas. We have the district facilities within the Chaguanas and Princestown area. We have the Port of Spain General Hospital. We have Mount Hope General Hospital. We have Sandy Grande, Eastern Regional Hospital. We have the Tobago General Hospital. So we have hospitals or district health facilities spread across Trinidad and Tobago. So the choice is yours. And once you're a registered nurse or any of the members, you could work in any hospital within Trinidad and Tobago. So not because you're from San Fernando means that you have to work within San Fernando. You could work in any region, any hospital across Trinidad and Tobago. And apart from that, you could work anywhere in the world, right? So nursing is one of the professions that allows you to work anywhere in the world, because anywhere in the world you go, you would need a nurse, right? And because of the training that we have here, the level of training, you are accepted in any part of the world. All right? So what are the qualifications? If I want to be a nurse, what qualifications do I have to have? So let's start at the lowest level. For the patient care assistant, you need to have English and any other subject, all right? As well as if you have done, we have a lot of small courses that a lot of places offer, like in geriatric care, patient care, introduction to patient care, anything along that line, that will also be an asset, all right? For the enrolled nursing assistant, you need to have maths, English, and any other subjects, a minimum of 3 subjects, right? As well as if you have done any previous nursing course before, that will also be an asset as well. To be a registered nurse, you need to have 5 CXC passes, maths, English, and any science subject, and any other 2. All right? So that's 5 for the nurse, 3 for the ENA, and 1 for the patient care system. All right? So where do we study? Where do the nurses train to become nurses? Nurses train in 1 out of 3 institutions. We have the University of the West Indies School of Nursing, UWISUN as we call it. We have COSTAT, right? As well as we have the University of the Southern Caribbean. These are the three major institutions that offer the registered nurses program, which gives you a bachelor's degree in nursing on completion. This program usually lasts 5 years. At COSTAD, there's a 3-year associate degree program, but we are moving into the 21st century. So we promote the Bachelor's of Nursing, which is a 5-year program. All right? Areas of specialty. Areas of specialty. So we have the normal registered nurse, which works in the hospitals or the normal everyday institutions. Then we have a registered mental health nurse. This is the nurse that would work in areas like Ward 1 or St. Anne's, which deals with the psychiatric patients. So we have a special level of training to deal with psychiatric or mentally disturbed patients. All right. There's theater nursing. So you train how to become, this is the area of specialty after you become a nurse. So these areas, all these specialty areas are after you have achieved your bachelor's degree in nursing and you work for some time, you can now specialize in an area that you're interested in. All right. So we have theater nursing, where you assist with theaters within the surgeries within the theater. We have midwifery, which is also a specialty of its own. All right. Where they teach you how to deliver babies. All right. We have pediatric nursing, which specialize in childcare. We have neonatal nursing, which specialize in babies. So pediatrics would be from 2 years and above for the bigger children. And we have neonatal from newborn to 2 years. We have oncology nursing, which teaches you how to deal with like patients who are cancer, who are terminally ill, end of care life, you know. So if you know you like that type of nursing, you could specialize in that area. All right. Nursing. So those are the specialties. Any questions so far?
No, miss, they are very quiet. I think they are paying really attention to what.
Nursing is a caring profession, right? 18 years later, and I still love my job. I have been doing medical nursing. I have done neurosurgery nursing. Right now, I'm assigned to the ICU department, right, which is the intensive care department that deals with the really, really sick people, right? The ICU department is such an intense and critical area. We could only accommodate 6 patients at any given time. So the unit is a small unit. We have 6 beds, right? So there's an ICU unit at the San Fernando General Hospital. There's one in Mount Hope and there's one in Port of Spain. So only the sickest of the sick patients are admitted to the ICU department, right? And it gives you, it's a different, so that's being a critical care nurse would be the one specialized to work in the ICU department. So that's another area of specialty, a critical care nurse, right? You can also be, there's another specialty where you are allowed to work hand in hand with the doctors. You're allowed to write prescriptions, make diagnosis, you know, and it's called a nurse practitioner, right? But we don't have that specialty practicing in Trinidad right now. But when you go to the States, you'll see there's also a lot of other specialties as well when you go outside of Trinidad that you could explore. One of which I saw was where we had a patient that had to be airvacked to the United States to have a procedure done, right? And there was a nurse that came on the airplane with the patient. And I find that was so fascinating. So, you know, you leave your hospital in Trinidad, you jump onto the airvac, you go to another country to pick up that patient and come back. And that's a specialty in itself. And that is something that I personally think that I can see myself doing. I think that's one of my major goals to do, you know, go out there and be able to become that airvac nurse, right? So the sky is the limit when it comes to nursing. So and then apart from direct patient care, you can advance into managerial. So you can also specialize in education, where you teach nursing, right? Or you do patient teaching, or you teach nursing students now to become nurses. You can specialize in administration, where you do it. That's more management area, where you would learn to manage the wards, manage the hospital, manage the all the hospitals in your region, right? You have different levels of management when it comes to managerial, right? So as I said, the sky is the limit. Nursing is a caring profession. So if you know you're a person that cares to people, or have that love and affection that you wanna provide a service to your community, then nursing is the career for you.
We have some questions, Miss George.
No problem.
Okay. First one, why do you think people don't expect males to want to be nurses, I guess?
Why do say that?
Why do you think people don't expect males to want to be nurses?
Okay, and that's one thing I was supposed to mention, because I was supposed to ask, a lot of if we have any boys in here that think they want to be a nurse, because there is a significant place for male nurses. Long time, people would always think that nurses were only females. So, they would think that is a feminine profession. And then I think a lot of the boys would be heckled, he's a girl, and only nurses only be girls. But that's so far from the truth, because we have a lot of male nurses and that are making great accomplishments within the nursing profession. We also have a male midwife, one of the first male midwives ever in Trinidad, right? And he's working right now at the Port of Spain General Hospital, and he was the first male midwife ever in Trinidad, right? So the possibilities of males becoming nurses is endless, right? We also want males to work because we need some men to deal with all these strong men patients that we have. Sometimes as nurses, as some of the females may not be able to deal with the men, and if they see that authority figure, they see that man there, they may tend to behave themselves. Sometimes males tend to want to misbehave when they see only females, right? So we need some strong male nurses to be around, as well as a lot of the male nurses tend to go into the psychiatric field, right? A lot of them, instead of going into the general nursing, they go into the psychiatric nursing to deal with the mentally disturbed patients, right? And I think we need them there as well, that having that authority figure, right? And as I said, the possibilities are endless.
Okay, we have another question. How are you coping due to COVID?
COVID has placed an added strain on nurses and nursing in general. Because as I said, I'm in the ICU, and because of the amount of patients that we have that need our attention, a lot of the nurses from ICU some of them had to be transferred out to the different facilities, like the Augustus Lounge Health Facility, the Couva District Facility, to deal with the excessive amount of COVID patients that are coming in. So that put a strain on our department. So now you have to work a little bit harder, or you have to work a little bit more shifts to make up, right? But as I said, I love my profession. We are provided with the necessary PPE, or our masks, our shields, our gowns, to protect ourselves, right? Thank God, I have not come into contact with COVID, right? And I pray that I never have to come into contact with COVID, and none of my relatives as well. So far, I'm coping well.
Okay. Is there anything put in place to protect nurses when it comes to violent patients?
Okay. So what we do, with experience, you will tend to know, you'll pick up on violent patients pretty quickly, right? So we tend to try to safeguard ourselves, right? So if we realize that we have a patient that is becoming aggressive, or a patient that is becoming restless, what we do, based on the patient's condition or their diagnosis, we would ask the doctor, to provide something to settle the patient, or we ask security to stay like outside of the ward, or we ask a relative to stay with the patient. So sometimes patients become aggressive or violent when they are either afraid, because sometimes patients come to the hospital, they don't know what's going on with them. Sometimes they're looking for answers, they don't know how to ask for it, they don't know how to react based on how they feel. So they become aggressive, or they become violent, or they want somebody to stay with them. and you tell them, well, okay, well, because of our rules and regulations, you're an adult, we can't allow somebody to stay with you, and they tend to become aggressive. So based on the reason, or based on the patient, or based on what's happening, we tend to put little measures in place, right? And that goes with experience as well. So you see a patient starting to become aggressive, and I try to talk to them at first, find out, what's going on, try to calm the situation. And if you try to keep them calm, keep them, comfortable, more than likely they wouldn't become aggressive. All right. But if we realize a patient is unreasonable, is still aggressive, no matter what efforts we try, we tend to get security to come and stay by, and usually they put a security on the ward to deal with the patient, or we try to even get the patient out of the ward or discharged if the patient is becoming cooperable.
If I end up doing nursing in the USA, because can I come back in Trinidad and work, or will I have to retrain?
No, you can, right? What nurses, as I said, nursing is a profession that goes across the board. So wherever you train, you can work in any situation. So like, for example, if you train in Trinidad and you have to go to different parts of the world, they may have just a simple exam for you to write, but you don't have to do over the entire training. You just have to write their exam. Once you pass their exam, you're allowed to enter their system, and then you go from there. Now, if you train in the States and you come back and you want to work in Trinidad, if you have a time frame between training and, like say, for example, you stop working and you stay home for 10 years and you decide that you want to come back here and you want to work, you would have to go through a system. They have a system in place where you go through some orientation sessions. You might have an exam to write, and then you get back into the system. But you don't ever have to retrain. Most cases, you might have to just do an exam and enter back into the system.
If someone is a nurse, can they work both for the government and for the private organization?
If as a nurse you could work private as well as government, yes, you can. And we have a lot of nurses doing that, right? They work for the government full time, and then because of the shortage of nurses, a lot of the private institutions are unable to have full-time nurses working with them. So they accept part-time nurses as well. So some people work full-time with the government and they work part-time in the private institutions.
Okay, well, that is all we have for now. You can go ahead until we get some more. That's all the questions we have for now, Nurse George.
Okay. Well, I guess that comes to the end of what I have to say. So I'm open to any more questions.
Because I know a lot of, we see a lot of nurses. So, some of the students may want to know if there's still room for more nurses, even though we see a lot of nurses,
Yes, there are. There's always room for more nurses. Because as long as we have sick patients, we will always need nurses.
Okay. So we really appreciate the information. I mean, so many things could be said about nurses as caring persons in our community, because, they visit the mothers. They are always there, always in every spare we see nurses. So even some nurses who are off duty help when something goes wrong, so
Yes.
we appreciate you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Did you give us a website or an email address? Did you put on anything? Because I got logged off for a little while.
Okay, well, persons interested, you can visit probably the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association.com website. There you get more information about nursing, right? And as well as about the association. So the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association are the governing body, not the governing body, but the professional body attached to nursing. All right. So we help with when it comes to education and training and, and continuous improvement for nurses. All right. So that's our bargaining body for nurses. So that's the association that we would look at. So they could go onto our website. They could get more information there about nursing, or the RHAs, the RHA website, Ministry of Health website, would give you a lot of information about the different careers within the Ministry of Health, within nursing, and when they have applications out for nursing. Everything you can find it at the Ministry of Health website or the TTRNA website.
Okay. I just have a question. I remember yesterday we had a doctor in, and he was saying that some nurses go on to being doctors. How can a nurse do that? Do they have to do another degree or something?
Yes, yes, you do. We would love to have where nurses could just do probably a post-basic year or two and then become a doctor, but they don't have a system in place for that. You would have to go over the entire training to be a doctor. The training, I think, is 5 to 6 years. 5 years with 2 years with a year internship. Yeah, so to be a doctor is 5 years with a year internship, so you have to go over the entire program. I have a batchmate who is doing the program right now. She left nursing and is doing not well. When I say leave nursing, once you're a nurse forever. So even if you're not practicing, you can still maintain your registration and work so you're a nurse forever. So she has resigned, I should say, from her nursing job and is pursuing her doctorate.
So I heard you said something a while ago, registration. When you become a nurse, you have to register with who?
Your registration is at the with the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago. So that's another thing. So when you want to become a nurse, the first thing you do is that you go to the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago and you apply for a registration number. This is the number that is going to be your student number, right? So once you have that number, then you can apply to any nursing school to become a nurse. Once you finish your training, there's a final exam that you do, which is called the Nursing Council exam. That's your final exam. Once you are successful at that exam, you are now, you have that. So that's a practical as well as a written paper. Once you are successful with those 2 exams, you are now a registered nurse. So your registration lies with the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago. And there's a registration fee that we pay to maintain your registration on the council. It's a yearly fee that you pay and you maintain your registration. So although you're not practicing, once you maintain your registration, your name remains on the roll as a registered nurse.
Okay, thank you so much. And you did your presentation within the time allotted to you. We are so happy to have you. And thank you for the information. It was really, really wonderful and it was helpful. I mean, every time we hear, you all come on, we get so much information. So we thank you for coming on. We thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us. It was really a pleasure. So if we need any information, we are going to contact you.
Thank you very much. It was lovely being here and I appreciate all the questions and much success to each and every one of you students. Stay fast, stay strong, and we're looking forward to seeing some of you within the system within the next couple of years.
Well, maybe we could be able to let you know, maybe in a few years, those were our students.
Yes, great. I really appreciate that.
So thank you, Ms. Nurse George. Have a blessed day.
You too. Bye-bye.
So we just had Nurse Elizabeth George from the Trinidad and Tobago Nursing Association, and we want to thank her for her time. It is really a pleasure to have her with us. We will be preparing for the next presenter, and we will have a video now. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Hello. Okay, so we continue with our presenters, and we have a presenter from the Coast Guard who is here with us. Officer Joseph, good morning. Officer Joseph, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
This is Miss John. I'm from the SWRHA. Good morning.
Oh, okay. All right. So you are our next presenter. So we
Yes,
want to say good morning to you. How have you been keeping?
Well, after God, by the grace of God.
Well, it's very good to have you with us.
Thank
So
you so
we
much for
are
having me.
excited to hear from you. So you can go ahead. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasant good morning to each and everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Devian John. I am the Senior Human Resources Officer for Training and Development Unit from the Southwest Regional Health Authority. My role here this morning is very simple. Basically, it is to encourage you as students to always do your best. While I know it is a very trying and difficult time, I want to encourage you. Yes, I know it's daunting and when a school is going to reopen and all of that, but I want to encourage you to put your head down, do your work, and in the end, the reward will be greater. Okay, what can I share about the Southwest Regional Health Authority? We are in the business of promoting wellness and providing compassionate, cost-effective, customer-focused healthcare to the people of the Southwest region within the guidelines of our national policies and ensuring that our staff are productive, we are working in a productive and rewarding environment. I would also like to share with you that there are many opportunities for employment at the SWRHA, ranging from that of a cleaner, a daily rated employee, a medical orderly. You have technical staff in operations, biomedical engineering. You can be a refrigeration technician, registered nurses. The opportunities are endless. All right. Um, Feel free to submit and ask any questions that you may have. We have a video presentation to share with you on some of the job opportunities available. So at this time, I would like to ask the tech if the video could be shown.
Welcome to the Southwest Regional Health Authority. I am Chloe Mandezi.
And Kamara Gopal.
We work as medical social workers, also known as MSWs, in the public healthcare system to provide specialist social work services to our patients at the health centers in County Victoria District
And San Fernando General Hospital in the Southwest Regional Health Authority. MSWs are also available at our New Point Fortin Hospital and at all other healthcare facilities located in the county St. Patrick and Caroni South.
As MSWs, we assist patients and their families to cope with various concerns that may affect their medical diagnosis, their ability to adhere to treatment, and adapt to recommended lifestyle changes.
We understand that a person's social environment and psychological being, their emotions, thoughts, beliefs, personality, can affect their physical and mental wellness as well as their ability to perform routine functions and to cope with life stressors.
We develop collaborative treatment plans with members of multidisciplinary teams, as well as clients and their relatives, and other support systems in order to motivate and empower them to overcome various challenges. We play a significant role in identifying and linking clients to community resources and external social service agencies to provide solutions within their environment to meet identified needs towards improving their social functioning.
Some common issues presented to us on a daily basis are adjustment reaction to medical illness, inadequate financial situation, inadequate social support, poor housing conditions, child abuse, domestic violence, teenage parenting, elder abuse, social displacement, and emotional conflict or stress.
MSWs are indeed crucial members of the primary and secondary healthcare team and perform many roles, including advocate, counselor, mediator, researcher, case manager, broker, community change agent.
Our client populations include as children, the elderly, pregnant women, and those who recently gave birth, patients with a diagnosis of cancer, HIV, chronic diseases, patients whose diagnoses necessitate medical treatment or surgery, patients who are in need of alternative home care arrangements, patients who have to adjust and rehabilitate after surgery or a medical procedure, patients with kidney disease in need of treatment, those who require medical equipment after surgery such as amputation, and just about any patient and family member who require our specialized care and assistance.
To become a medical social worker, you need a Bachelor's of Science degree in social work from a recognized tertiary institution, a minimum of 336 hours field education training at a medical social work agency, registration with the Medical and Psychiatric Social Worker Board, and annual retention with the Council of Professions related to medicine, and also a passion for working with persons who are experiencing difficult life circumstances.
It's nice to meet you, and we hope to see some of you in the future. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
Hi, good day. My name is Dr. Adrian Alexander. I'm a medical doctor in the Department of Medicine at San Fernando General Hospital. Today, I would like to inform you guys about the becoming a doctor. In Trinidad, we do a MBBS degree from UE, which requires passes either CAPE or A-levels or equivalent in chemistry and biology and another subject. Also, they may have associate's degree in a science or a full Bachelor of Science degree with acceptable GPA to enter the program. The program takes 5 years. It's a quite rigorous program divided into basic science for 3 years and 2 years of clinical sciences, where the basic sciences mostly you learn the theory in classrooms with introduction to the clinical life, and the last 2 years you get purely clinical teachings and you're on the wards and you get to become more like a doctor. To be honest, it was the most interesting and I'll never turn back from what I did, and you learn very much. It's very challenging, but the one takeaway message is have to have a passion and love for what you do, and by far it was worth it at the end. It still has a great amount of requirements, and I would encourage anyone to do and become a doctor, but you need to dream it, believe it, and make it happen.
Hi, my name is Shiva Baliram. I'm assigned to the Biomedical Engineering Department under the SWRJ. I'm currently a biomedical technician too. Some of my daily duties are calibrating, repairing, and performing training on various biomedical equipment. Currently, I am assigned to the main operating theater, dialysis, ICU, and all operating theaters in the SFGH. The area of biomedical engineering is a very broad area. It entails a lot of science and technology. The qualifications that you need to enter this field would be science related. You would need to have a strong background in mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. These areas would be these natural sciences would be an asset towards building a successful career in biomedical engineering. At the the biomedical engineering department, the current requirements, entry requirements to become a biomedical technician would be a diploma in electrical or electronic engineering, a diploma in mechanical, electrical, and electronic technology, or at the higher level, a degree in physics, a medical physics, or biomedical technology at the University of the West Indies. These programs are offered in various schools and are accepted by the department as a form of entry. The field is very rewarding in that you make a difference every day in the lives of many patients, because you would have to interact by fixing and repairing these biomedical devices, which play an important role in the quality of healthcare, which is given by the healthcare providers. So remember to dream it, believe it, and make it happen.
Hi, good day. My name is Ms. Janelle Dial. I work as a pharmacist at San Fernando General Hospital in the Southwest Regional Health Authority. As a pharmacist, your job entails dispensation and compounding of medication, counseling of patients, and drug inventory management. To become a pharmacist, the requirements include A-level passes, which must include biology and chemistry, along with any other A-level subject. On completion of A-levels, you would need to apply for a BSc degree in pharmacy at the University of the West Indies. After completion of the degree, you would need to apply for a pre-registration period at any private or hospital pharmacy, where it includes a 6-month training with a registered pharmacist. On completion of that, you would need to apply to be a registered pharmacist at the Pharmacy Board of Trinidad and Tobago. It's nice to meet you. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
I am Sally Chandler. I work as a patient care coordinator in the San Fernando General Hospital in the obstetric department at Southwest Regional Health Authority. I am assigned to the obstetric and gynecology department of the hospital, and I manage and coordinate the nursing and midwifery related care for the pregnant woman and the childbearing family. I supervise the following areas: the antenatal ward, postnatal ward, labor ward, neonatal intensive care unit, maternal and child health clinic, gynecology ward, and the oncology department. To become a patient care coordinator, you must be a registered nurse, licensed midwife, with management experience and/or degree in the related field. It is so nice to meet you. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
I am Macy Julian. I work as a registered nurse at the San Fernando Teaching Hospital at the Southwest Regional Health Authority. As a nurse, my job comprises of caring for patients in many different stages of life, from birth to even performing end-of-life care. We also assist with the supervision and teaching of our nursing students, our nursing assistant trainees, and our patient care assistants. As a registered nurse, there are various avenues in which you can grow and enjoy in your career path. Some of those pathways can include specializing to become a midwife, a pediatric nurse, a trauma-trained nurse, an operating theater nurse, and you can even become a nursing educator within the hospital. Outside of the hospital, there are even the possibilities of becoming a district health visitor and a primary care nurse manager, for example. Important to note, once you are trained as a registered nurse in Trinidad, you can become an RN anywhere in the world. To become a registered nurse, you need to obtain at least 5 CXC subjects, which must include mathematics, English, and a science subject. There are 4 active nursing schools across the country, and requirements may vary slightly from school to school where age is concerned, but you can be accepted between the ages of 17 to 45 years old. Once you are successful in all your examinations at the end of the nursing program, you can then register through the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago to become a registered nurse. You can then begin your exciting journey on the nursing career path you have chosen. So, it's nice to meet you. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
Hello, my name is Kamal Hussein. I am currently working as a nutrition and dietetic aide at the San Fernando Teaching Hospital in the Southwest Regional Health Authority. My daily duties include face-to-face contact with the patients, plating the meals to the patient according to the correct diet, serving the meals and collecting and cleaning of cutleries. To become a nutrition and dietetic aide, you need 3 CXC subjects: maths, English, and food and nutrition. Experience in the field will be accessed. It is nice to meet you and hope you consider working in this field. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
Hello, my name is Keith Alexis. I am currently working as a nutrition and therapeutic diet cook at the Point Fortin Hospital in the Southwest Regional Authority. My daily duties include, but not limited to, maintaining cleanliness of the work area, preparation of food items in accordance to the menu, and cooking of the food according to the patient's dietary restrictions. To become a therapeutic diet cook, you must need at least 3 subjects and a certificate from a hospitality school or any other relevant institution. Experience in the field, and of course the love for the field, will be a great asset. It was nice to meet you all, and I do hope that you consider working in this field. Dream it, believe it, make it happen.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Right, so that brings us to the end of the presentation on behalf of the SWRHA. I do have with me this morning Ms. Julian, who would have been part of the video presentation, as well as Ms. Siobhan Gomez, our medical social worker. If they are in, they would like to make a few comments as well. Will that be okay?
That will be fine, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Julian or Ms. Gomez?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah. Sorry that, I don't know, some technical difficulty. I was not, so I would not have witnessed the social workers presentation, medical social workers. But I must say that medical social work is, it's a dynamic field, dynamic profession. Experience is in medical social work is worth so much. It's valuable. The insight that you have into people's situations, circumstances, psychosocial function, and challenges that we support clients, empowering them to overcome these challenges. It is a field that also opens you up into so many other areas, avenues, and you build network with different agencies and systems in society and help people to be empowered enough to tap into and connect with those agencies, of their own, with their own strength and resources within and in their own environment. So, I look forward to the rest of the presentation and the participation and questions to be, to be answered to help guide, those young persons, seeking a career in this social science field.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Ms. Julian, are you there? Would you like to say a few words as well? Ms. Julian? Okay, if Ms. Julian is not here, I would also like to share on my experience as a HR professional. Now, I would have been with the Southwest Regional Health Authority for just over 20 years. It has been my pleasure. I would have served in various departments, and hence the reason I would have said earlier that there are many opportunities for growth and development within the Southwest region. All right. Again, it's just to encourage each and every one of you, while it may be difficult now, at the end of the day, you have to put in the work in order to get the best result. Okay, so I just want to encourage you to do so. Listen to your teachers. I know you're tired here, mommy and daddy nag you and tell you about the schoolwork, but we do that for a reason, and I speak as a parent now. Okay, are there any questions at this time?
Yes, Miss, we have a lots of questions. Let me see what we have. How do I apply for a job at SWRHE?
Okay, that is quite simple. You submit a letter of application, general application indicating the position that you are interested in applying for. Attached to that application, you have your resume. You attach copies of all your certificates, inclusive of your birth certificate and your ID card and a police certificate of character, together with two recommendations. Because you are now exiting the school system, you may not necessarily have work experience, so we go with the recommendations from persons known to you, for example, your pastor, your teacher, or some well-known person in the community. You submit that application to the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, level 2, the Human Resources Department, in a properly addressed envelope, and it will be processed. Now,
Another,
if you are not, sorry,
no, go ahead. Go ahead,
right,
Miss.
applications that are not submitted in response to an advertisement will be kept on file for a period of 6 months. If you are applying for a position in response to an ad, you have to clearly indicate that on the envelope as well. Okay?
We have another question.
Sure.
Are there employment opportunities for people who do tech degrees?
Yes, definitely. And we like to encourage that because you find over the years, more persons have been focused on medicine, nursing, law degrees, and that have you. And we have a void now in the technical slash vocational areas. So we encourage the students who may have an interest in if it's electrical, refrigeration, air conditioning, whatever the field, well, not necessarily auto mechanics, but to some degree, but we want to encourage you to pursue those areas as well. And you would also note, if you have been paying attention to the news, that these are the areas that are now in demand in light of COVID. Okay?
Thank you, nurse. What kind of job someone with a psychology degree or a master's get at Southwest Health Authority, if any?
Right. So we have several positions within the mental health department. You have psychologists, you have mental health officers, you have psychiatric social workers. Those are just a few of the positions that are available within our mental health department. And again, the same process applies if you are interested. You have to be registered with the recognized board for each of these areas that fall under allied health.
If I do my degree in a university, not in the Caribbean, can I still get a job there?
Yes, you can. What we ask is that you verify the information with the Accreditation Council of Trinidad, the Accreditation Board, sorry, of Trinidad and Tobago. Once the information can be verified that the school or the university you would have done your degree with is in keeping with our guidelines, you can submit your application.
Thank you so much. I must say we are really grateful for the team that you all have put together to present to us. That's a real big team with a lot of job opportunities. And we are really grateful to you for making the extra effort. I know that a lot of effort would have been placed into that. So we really, really thank you. Someone is asking, what does a medical social worker do?
All right, I will leave that for Ms. Gomez to answer. Ms. Gomez, are you still here?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm a medical social worker, as would have been said. It's a person who has a degree, first degree in social work. and would have been trained, covered the required training in the medical social work field, and would have been registered with the Board of Medical and Psychiatric Social Workers. So at the hospital, we perform social work duties in terms of supporting clients in coping with, life challenges, and specifically related to medical issues, medical problems that would impact their social functioning, the ability to function within their social life, to do things that they would have normally been doing because of the medical diagnosis. So you would provide counseling support to assist them in adjusting to the changes required, lifestyle changes required that came about because of the medical diagnosis. We provide interventions with respect to persons who have been, diagnosed with, let's say, for instance, persons who have had amputations, etc., the adjustment required for that. We have children, we have adults, we have aged persons who experience domestic violence or any form of abuse. We provide interventions, we provide counseling support, we do networking with relevant agencies that might give the support that those persons will need to tap into. We do referrals to relevant agencies that can support the person during the rehabilitation or the adjustment process. So we link clients with relevant agencies. That's why I had said earlier that it's dynamic. We make contact, we build working relationships with relevant agencies, whether it's social welfare division, the police, children's authority, other government agencies, HDC. We support clients in making the contacts ourselves and connecting them with the relevant persons in those services, to access services, all geared toward helping them to strengthen their capacity to cope and to manage their psychosocial problems, to view things differently, understand the changes necessary in their lifestyle that will, lead to them coping better, accepting or overcoming the difficulties, learning to draw upon the strength that they may already have within them, or to tap into services and to family support, strengthen family support. We do group counseling, family counseling support. We provide individual counseling. And, it's a whole lot, but in a nutshell, that is what, we engage in with our clients, consulting with doctors, consulting with other members of the health team, whether doctors, nurses, dietitian. It's a wide range of activities involved in all towards helping clients strengthen their coping capacity and to improve and enhance their social functioning.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Any other questions at this time? Hello?
Thank you very much. We have no more questions at this time.
Sure.
But we really want to thank you for your time. Do you have anything else you would like to share with us?
At this stage, no, I just want to encourage the students again on the importance of putting in the time. Be safe. We know it is trying times, but remember to wear your mask, sanitize, and practice your social distancing. Let nothing and no one deter you from your dreams and your aspirations. While your circumstances may be different.
Nurse?
Hi.
I was going to ask you before you leave.
Sure.
How has COVID-19 affected you as a nurse, or your profession as a nurse?
I am not a registered nurse. I am the Senior Human Resources Officer for Training and Development for the SWRHA. But I am certain that my colleagues would have had a very difficult time because it has not been easy. This has been going on internationally, and we have been trying to cope as best as we can with the resources we have available. Right? I must give kudos to my colleagues in the medical fraternity, both doctors and nurses. They have worked tremendously, how to put it, extremely hard over the last year, and they continue to do so at all our facilities. As you all may be aware, we have the COVID-19 vaccination drive going on now at 10 facilities throughout the SWARA. So that too is ongoing. So I want to say special thanks to each and every one of them who would have come out and have to actually deal with all these patients who come to us on a daily basis. My personal experience, it has been difficult. I also have children who are in school and part of the online learning activity. It has been difficult for them. There are days that they don't feel to do it at all. But as parents, as teachers, as guidance officers, we have to encourage them. It'll be okay. While you may have your up days, you will have your not so good days. It's okay. We are all in this together. Yes?
Yes. Thank you so much for
You're
your
welcome.
assistance, for your information. Tell your team we appreciate them very much. We recognize the work that went into you all doing this presentation. We really, really appreciate you. It was a pleasure having you with us
Thank you
today.
so much for the opportunity, and I want to wish you all the best in the future. Right?
Thank you
Dream
so
it,
much.
believe it, and make it happen.
Make it
Have a
happen.
blessed
Thank
day.
you all so much
Bye-bye.
for keeping our team alive. I really appreciate that. Every time someone said it, I smiled because we realized that it is something that we are going to pass on to everyone.
Definitely.
Thank you so much,
Have a wonderful day.
Ms.
Bye-bye.
John. Have a wonderful day. You know, we really want to thank SWRHA for being part of our presentation today. They did a wonderful job, and it took a lot of effort because so many of them had to present. So we really want to thank them for their presentation and for the information that they gave to us. We will have a video now as we prepare for one other presenter. Thank you, Tech.
You can do the easy things in life. Life is going to be hard, I promise you. But if you go out there and do those hard things, I'm talking studying when your friends are partying, preparing for an exam 1 month in advance when your friends are leaving it to the night before. If you go about it and do those hard things, those things that no one wants to do, then life will be easy. It's a choice that you have to make. You have to step up and walk that path, take that road, that lonely, dark, cold road. That road that so many people don't want to take. That's when you're going to truly find yourself.
Why is it that you don't want to grow? Why is it that you just settle for the grades that you're getting? Why is it that you just shy away from challenging yourself and taking life on like you've got another 100 lifetimes after this? Why is it? Because doing well at school, at university, it's hard. It's hard getting good grades. But we are in charge of the life we live. And when you're in charge, you say, if it's hard, then do it hard. Don't allow this to stop you. There is no easy mode in this. What is the easiest way to turn your grades around? Your attitude about it. That you decide that you are not working at your full potential. That you decide your grades do not represent what you can achieve. Charles Wendell said, the longer I live, the more I realize the impact attitude has on life. Attitude to me is more important than facts. It's more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failures, than successes, than what other people think or say or do. It's more important than appearances, giftedness, or skill. And we have a choice. Every day. The attitude that we're going to come at life. You cannot change what grades you got in the past. You cannot change the exams that you failed. You can't even change what you did yesterday. But you can change how you will attack tomorrow.
Those moments that you think you don't want to do something, when you want to procrastinate, when you think, I'll do it tomorrow, that's exactly when you have to go for it. When things get hard, don't ever ask, why me? Dig deep down and say, try me, because I'm stronger than anything you can throw at me. Because I've been down that dark path, I've been alone, and I rose up above it all. If you fail, it's because you're reaching for something that is worth failing for. If you fail, it's not over. If you fail, fall on your back and look up. If you can look up, you can get up. And if you learn, then it's not a failure. You don't lose if you learn. Grab life by the horns and go for it. Stop waiting. Stop looking for other people's approval. Take a chance. Take a risk. There's nothing worse than regret and thinking what could have been. How bad do you want it? Are you talking about it or are you studying for it? Greatness is no joyride. Greatness is full of adversity and obstacles. How bad do you want it? How dedicated are you to achieving extraordinary grades? When you get up in the morning, don't look at your emails. Don't look at your phone. Don't think about yesterday's problem and yesterday's struggles. Focus!
You gotta make a decision. To stop making excuses and get it done. There's nobody in this world that's going to get you what you want. You're going to have to go out there and get what you want by studying hard. Being talented is not good enough.
I want to share a very important story with you today. It's a story I think everyone should hear. Before he died, a father said to his son, "Here is a watch your grandfather gave me. It's almost 200 years old. Before I give it to you, go to the jewelry store in the city. Tell them that I want to sell it and see how much they offer you." The son went to the jewelry store, came back to his father and said, "They offered $100 because it is so old." The father said, "Well, try the pawn shop." The son went to the pawn shop, came back to his father and said, "The pawn shop offered only $20 because it has a scratch." The father asked his son to go to the museum and show them the watch. The son quietly questioned his father's judgment, but still willing to act on his father's last wishes, he went to the museum, and when he came back, he said to his father, "The curator offered $375,000 for this rare piece to be included in their precious antique collection." The father responded, "I wanted to show you that the right place will value you in the right way. Don't find yourself in the wrong place and get angry because you are not valued. Never stay in a place where someone doesn't see your value or you don't feel appreciated. If you don't know your value, you will always settle for far less than you deserve. People who don't know their value settle for far less than they are worth. In relationships or their friendships, when it comes to their profession or their job, they know they are worth more, but they settle for someone else's definition of their worth. That is the difference between most people and the few. That is the difference between people who love the life they have created for themselves and those who can't stand the life they are living. You have to know your worth. Most people will allow just about anyone to influence their perception of themselves. But people who love their life refuse to accept the opinions of small-minded people. They refuse to be put in a box. They will not be defined by anyone but themselves. They know their value is set by themselves, by their own thoughts about who they are, not someone else's opinion of what they are worth. Don't let them put a price on you. You set your own price. And don't go giving discounts to other people so you can fit in or be liked. People pleasers never end up happy in the end. Put yourself first. You must build your self-worth by the work you do every day. You build it by the way that you show up every single day, day in and day out. No excuses, no shortcuts, just a relentless dedication to be the best that you can be. If you have someone in your life that tries to diminish your abilities in any way, the time has come to move those people along. It's time to awaken that part of you that demands more from your life. Because only you know what you are truly capable of. It's time to wake up and shock the world. Shock those who doubted you with a disturbing level of determination. Shock those who doubted you with a commitment to excellence that cannot be matched by those of weak heart. Shock those who doubted you with the actions you take today as you draw a line in the sand and commit to becoming the person no one thought you could be, because only you know what you are truly capable of. In this world, you only have to earn the respect of one person. That person is you. You determine the level you demand of yourself. It's time to demand more. It's time to prove once and for all who you are, who you will become, and what you will never settle for again. Raise your standards. Rise up to a higher level. And let no one question your integrity again. Day by day, brick by brick, you start now. You build the foundations through the self-work you put in every single day. Build yourself up by becoming an unbreakable force, an unstoppable machine, fueled by the results you get from the work you put in today and every day, from this day until your last day. No more will you settle for someone else's opinion of your value. Now you determine your value through your self-work, your self-education, your self-determination of your own destiny, the destiny that is in your hands. Your pride grows stronger every day from the work you put in. The time for change is now. When it comes to your own self-worth, there is no tomorrow. Know your worth and never, ever settle for anything less.
Thank you very much, Tech. As we continue with our wonderful day and our presenters, we want to welcome Mr. Joseph from the Coast Guard, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning, good morning. I'm just setting up for this short slideshow.
Okay, so how are you keeping?
I am great, and how are you?
I am excellent. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Are you alone or do you have a team?
I actually have the assistant of Petty Officer Fredericks with me, and he would just jump in. He would jump in after the slideshow.
Okay, Officer Fredericks, it's good to have you with us.
Good morning, ma'am.
It's a pleasure to have you guys, so you all can take it away.
Thank you very much. This one right here. That's no. Right. Do that. Right. So, right. Good morning again. My name is 6972 Abel Simon Joseph J. But I was born Jonathan Joseph. So it's nice to have you guys here. I'm sorry that due to the COVID, you all can't be here with us enjoying the nice sea breeze, right? And the nice view as well. Right. So I'll just give you all a short look into the Coast Guard and its role and functions. So this what you're seeing currently right now is the view that you would see coming into Stowers Bay, Chaguaramas. This is our ensign. This is what we fly from 8 o'clock every morning to sunset of every day. And this is flown every single day of every single week, every single month of the year. So we'll have a brief history of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the role of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the requirement for the enlistment into the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, specialization fields within the Coast Guard, the rank structure, commission ranks and non-commission ranks, and the assets of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was commissioned on August 27, 1962, as a prerequisite for the defense of a newly independent state. It was the first maritime component of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The headquarters is located at Stowers Bay, Chaguaramas, 20 kilometers west of the capital city, Port of Spain. Commander Loftus E. Peyton Jones, Royal Navy, retired, six officers and 42 ratings, enlisted men, that is. Second from the Royal Navy and the local Marine Police constituted the initial Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard complement, which manned 4 launches in Stowers Bay, Chaguaramas. Now, just to give a little brief insight, this is actually the foundation of the Coast Guard. Now, you would see the police service has a marine branch. This is nothing new. This is how the Coast Guard was formed. We were police, then we became sailors in layman terms. And they are known as the foundation of the Coast Guard. From these humble beginnings to the total strength of over 1,500 commissioned officers and non-commissioned officers, multiple bases and increased assets and infrastructure, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard continues to forge ahead in its role as the primary institution responsible for maritime safety and security in Trinidad and Tobago. As we forge ahead, I'll repeat this role, multiple bases and increased assets. We have bases now. Stowers Bay is not the only base. There's a base also in Galeota Point, that is north of Trinidad, northeast of Trinidad. You have Cedros Base, which is south, the southern part of Trinidad, and we also have the Tobago Base. We also have the port security, which is in Chaguaramas as well, but they deal mainly with the ports of Trinidad and Tobago. The roles of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard includes surveillance of territorial waters, anti-smuggling or anti-narcotic operations, logistical support to Trinidad and Tobago land forces, fisheries protection and enforcement, pollution surveillance and enforcement, aid to civil law enforcement, port security, and assistance in scientific research. The requirements for enlistment into the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. For the commissioned officers, you must be 18 to 24 years of age. You must possess 5 O-level subjects, including English, mathematics, and a science subject. You must also possess at least 2 advanced A-level subjects, grades A to C, and general paper. For the non-commissioned officers, like myself, you must be between the ages of 18 and 24 years of age, must be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, must have no police record or police certificate of good character. And for the different branches or departments in Coast Guard, it goes as follows. There is the Seaman branch, a Writer branch, technicians, and cooks or stewards. For the seaman, like myself as well, all you need is 3 CXC O-level passes, inclusive of maths and English. For the writer, 4 CXC O-level passes, inclusive of mathematics and English. General proficiency in addition certificate in computer literacy, accounting, finance, logistics, warehousing, inventory, or any equivalent combination of qualifications. For the technician, 4 CXC O-level passes, inclusive of mathematics and English, in addition certificates in a mechanical or electrical technology. Cook or steward, a certification in culinary arts, including but not limited to this will be the hotel school diploma in culinary arts or any equivalent combination of qualifications and experience. So as I say, it's broken up into the seaman, the writer, technician, cook, or steward for the non-commissioned officers. In the Coast Guard, you could specialize in the fields of being a medic, that's dealing with the first aid, safety, and health of those around you, and as well as civilians. The gun armor, this is the individuals that deal with the weapons, who train you with the weapons and teach you about the weapons. The physical instructor and massage therapist, these are the ones who are dealing with the physical well-being of the sailors on the base, as well as we extend our services to both Air Guard and the Army services as well. And the diver is the department that deals with retrieving bodies and also teaching swimming amongst our fellow peers. And also looking for parasites. The writer branch. You must show proficiency in the following fields: computer literacy, accounting, finance, logistics, warehousing, inventory, or stores management. For the technician, there's the mechanic. You could come in as a mechanic, both auto and or diesel. Electrician, wireman, or electronics. A shipwright. A shipwright is the layman term for a carpenter or a joiner. You could come in as a welder, an AC tech, or a plumber. There's the cook, where you can come in as a chef or a baker. There's the 2 different fields that is available. And the steward, where you are a waitress or waiter. These are the rank structures of the commissioned officers. So you would come in the work, you would join the work, sorry, as an officer cadet, where you would have no rank. That's the rank, that's the badge that goes on the epaulette on your shoulders. You would have no rank as an officer cadet. Then you would go up to a midshipman. Then you would be promoted to a sub-lieutenant, a lieutenant, a lieutenant commander, a commander, a captain, a commodore, and a rear admiral, which is the highest rank in the commissioned officer's rank structure. In the non-commissioned officer's rank structure, you would join the work and you would be an ordinary seaman. Then you would be promoted to an able-bodied seaman like myself. Then be promoted to a leading rate, a petty officer, a chief petty officer, and a fleet chief petty officer, which is the highest rank in the non-commissioned officer's rank structure. Here before you is our current commanding officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Captain Don Polo. And this is just a look at the vessels that we have currently operating. This is the fast crew supplier vessel, we call this the FCS. These are the spars. Most of you would see this patrolling the borders or anchored off at the nearest fishing point. These are our Coast Guard interceptors. This is our MPV, the multi-purpose vessel, CG-60. This is the biggest vessel that we have, a long-distance patrol vessel. It's used for the search and rescue operations. This is just a short clip of it turning to show you the length and width Mind you, this is not at top speed, so don't be fooled. This is at its slowest speed turning. The vessel is just changing its course and redirecting. This vessel also carries a crew of 35 sailors, both male and female. It's a very large vessel. These are the divers at work. This is a branch, whether you're a seaman or probably a technician, because it has happened in the past, the naval police. You could be a naval police, you would see soldiers, they would wear RP, right? They are the regimental police. Well, in the Coast Guard, they are the naval police, right? That is the branch that deals with the security on base, right? Both on land and out, but both on base and out street. They do escorts, right? They provide security for the commanding officer as well sometimes. And also you would see them for the parades, providing security for the parade detachment as well. This department is a department that upkeeps the law on the ground. Like schools would have prefect and supervisors. These are the supervisors of the Coast Guard. We also provide assistance in flood relief as well. If you all remember the Green Veil incident, Coast Guard was most prominent. These are just a view of the vessels at night. Coast Guard recently acquired 2 motorcycles. These are done for dispatching of mails and also outriders for parade detachments. And they escort us as well. And this is a short view of the Stobers Bay base. Right. And that is the end of my presentation. However, I'll just give a brief synopsis of myself. My name, as I said before, my name is Jonathan Joseph. I am 32 years of age. I am currently in the Trinidad Bay Coast Guard for 12 years, right? And from there, I have learned the medical field. I am specialized as a medic, right? I'm currently in the process of being specialized in photography because I've recently joined the public relations department. I was attached to the Naval Police Department, right? And that's basically it for my career in Coast Guard. So I'll be inviting any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a wonderful presentation. So many things to see in the Coast Guard. Now, you know, the military gets our students very excited.
Oh, yeah.
So we have a few questions.
No problem.
They ask, are there any females in the Coast Guard?
Yes, there are females. There's just as amount of males, there are with females.
Okay. They were asking, going on border patrol, is it scary when you have to go on border patrol?
It's scary in terms of security because at the end of the day, there's always a risk, a security risk, as in you're not sure what you would bounce up, right? But other than that, being on the boat, you would get accustomed to it. If there are some people who are nauseous all the time, if you're accustomed, vomiting on vessels, you might think, because the North Coast is not that easy area to be in.
Okay. Do you have to stay within Trinidad waters or can you go out in others?
I'll pass you on to Petty Officer Fredericks for this one.
Present, good day. Present, good day. My name is Petty Officer Frederick.
Good day, sir.
Yes, I have 18 years service. I have worked all over in the Coast Guard, right? I'm also a seaman, right? My specialization, I'm an armor gunner diver, right? The question was if we could go outside the borders. Yes, if we are pursuing someone, yes, we can. But however, we have to contact wherever country waters that we are going into. If we're not in the borders, or let's say Grenada waters, and it's outside of Grenada waters, yes, we can pursue the vessel or whatever target we are pursuing.
How do you know the borders? You are in the sea. What do you have to say that there's a difference in the borders?
Right. 12 nautical miles radius around your country, right? There is markings, and you don't see it, but there's 12 nautical miles. CDRS is 6, right? Because we are close to Venezuela, so you wouldn't be able to see it, but that marking, once you know from the land point to the peak of 3 nautical miles, you know that, hey, we're in Trinidad waters. Every country has a borders. Every country has a imaginary line around it. That is where their borders are.
Okay. Very interesting. Where do you apply to become a Coast Guard?
All right, Coast Guard, we advertise, we have Facebook, we have Instagram. What happens at Coast Guard? When they have their ads out, they will put it out in the papers, they put it out on Facebook, they put it out on Instagram when we are doing recruiting.
Okay, I am not seeing any more questions here so far, but that is really, really interesting. I always wondered how you all, kind of identify the borders, but I guess it's from your training, you will know the nautical miles as well.
No, because we use chart work. So what happens is with the charts, it will actually tell you, if you look on a chart as normal, you will see how Trinidad is, and around the chart, sometimes it don't be printed out so bright, but it's a little line showing you a round circle around Trinidad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanking you so much, Petty Officer. But when you think about Coast Guard, we hardly see Coast Guards.
That's the next thing.
We see army men, we see police, we see firemen, but we don't see Coast Guards.
Reason why Coast Guard is not about a public image, be out there all the time, right? We always more working. We have a job to do. Our job is to protect the borders, right? Most people tend to give the wrong information that, hey, Coast Guard will be doing anything, or they're not here, they're not there. What we have to understand, Coast Guard has 4 points around Trinidad, right? 4 points. And yes, we have assets, but we may not be able to be wrong at each point at a time that something might be happening. Just like police cannot be everywhere where a crime is being taken place.
Okay.
Right? So it is totally different, because everything you do outside as a Coast Guard, you have to show evidence. You have to show why you have done whatever you have done. Whereby, if on land, compared to a soldier or a police, if they discharge their weapon, right, the evidence will be there that they could pick up the evidence. But in Coast Guard, in the sea, evidence could be lost, right? So we just have to be very skeptical with our job.
Okay. Questions are coming in, officer.
Mhm.
What is an average day like for you all
They have a
as
Coast Guard
Coast
man. The average day of a Coast Guard man, you reach to work before 0715, right? You have a period to train, you train, right? Where you will start training from 8 o'clock after you're doing a muster. First thing is a muster, right? The muster is 7:40, right? At 7:40, then you hoist the flag, which is the ensign as AB Joseph has showed, the ensign in the beginning, right at 8 o'clock. After that, you go on PT till 9:30, right? 9:30, then you head into the office and your day go on from there, according to what department you are attached to.
Okay. Wow. Then we have, how do you intercept a vessel?
Hi. Well, I know most of the young guys out there, if they look at Black Ops, they're custom playing Black Ops and all these games, you should have a fair understanding of what is going, right? Sometimes there are people who will act civilized and they are the ones who will act hostile. That's how I'll put it.
All right. Someone would like to know what's the most memorable moment for you being an officer?
Training. The ability to make your go on a training exercise and you're running until you can't feel your heart, but you know you're just going.
Do you all train as hard as in the army, or is it the same
Twice
training?
as hard. It's the same training, but twice as harder, because remember, we incorporate water, where army is just running, physical running. We had to run, swim, shoot, do everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our job is much more broader because we have to learn firefighting, which is fire service, right? We have to learn medic, which is like first aid. We have to learn chart work, where you have to be able to navigate in the night. So you cannot see in the night, so you know you have to rely on lights, colors of lights, chart, timings. So it's a very challenging. Course that is challenging, but however, you have to become an all-rounder. When you're in Coast Guard, you become an all-rounder. You become a good cook and all.
You all make it look so easy.
Yeah, no, well, remember when you're accustomed doing something, it becomes so natural and easy for you because it becomes a habit.
Okay.
You know, they say practice makes perfect.
Perfect, yes.
Right. Practice becomes a habit.
Well, in your case, it looks like practice makes permanent.
It becomes permanent after, yes.
Okay, don't forget. Okay, we have questions coming in. What advice do you have for students who are clueless about their interest or career path?
Right. I can speak for myself because I grew up challenged. I grew up challenged when I was coming up. I didn't have any sense of direction, right? But my thing, first to begin with, is your friends. If you want to see changes, you start with your friends. If you line with pigs, you start to learn how to talk like a pig. If you line with respectable people, you learn to be like a respectable person. So it all starts from there, right? And people who you keep as your motivational friends are the ones who are well better off than you. Use them as a motivator, as a goal, an example that, hey, I want to be like this person, but however, you want to be better, right? Challenge yourself, right? You set goals, always set goals. Because when I was younger, as I said, I never had the opportunity like anyone to guide me, but thank God with the intervention of God, right? And the right set of friends that I chose, I'm in this position today.
Was it
Yes,
your dream to be an officer in the Coast Guard?
Second?
Was it your dream? Was it something you wanted to do when you were younger?
That's all. It was not my dream. So that's what I tell you. I never had any sense of direction, right? So it wasn't my dream, but however, I end up in this situation. And I think AB Joseph, he could also share similar sentiments because that's how we're going closer. Hold on.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just to touch on the last question, to the ones who not sure where they're heading, I could give you my story. You need to find what you like early o'clock and what you love doing, because your career path is something that you will have to do every day of your life. And it won't be a nice thing to be doing something that you don't like doing every single day. Now with me, I found, first of all, growing up, and I guess at that age, but this is what, Form 3?
Yes, Form 3.
Form 3, Form 4, I made the mistake and found that a summer job. So I found my first set of money-making, how to put it, money-making avenues. I started work every August vacation, I used to work. And I would hate the job that I'm doing, but I would love I had the love for money. And as later down, I'd find myself doing security. And that is how I found myself doing, branching across from the whole security to wanting to be in either paramilitary or military. And that is how, because I knew nothing of Coast Guard. I would go parades, see everybody in the whites and be like, you know what, that look real good. Looking real good to be in whites, thinking, you're coming to work to just dress in whites. No, it wasn't like
dress up.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the things that really attract our young people into the military. Not just the Coast Guard, but all of the...
the uniform says a lot.
And as you talk about uniform, we would like to know what are the different types of uniforms.
All right.
What does it mean, the different types of uniform?
All right, there's the ceremonial way. That is where you would see, well, for parades, everybody in their biscuit cap, the white biscuit cap, their jumper, the long white pants, and the boots, right? There's also the square neck and white pants. Then after there's the square neck and and short whites, the short pants that people like to see all the sailors in, right? And the square neck, right? From there we would go on to the evening wear, which would be black trousers and square neck, white square neck with shoes on. And then we would go on to the number 5 that I have on here right now, which is the full blue, the beret, the action wear, the beret, the blue shirt and the navy blue pants with the boots on.
Okay.
Right. Wow. So certain on the wears go for certain times, and there's a time and place for everything.
Very good. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I mean, it's fascinating when you think about Coast Guard, Air Guard, because you wear blue and Air Guard wear blue as well, don't they?
Right. Right.
Right. So we could mix them up sometimes.
Well, Air Guard was a part of Coast Guard. It just branched across. It was a part.
Initial stage was Air Wing. It was called Air Wing. Now they are commissioned now, so they are called Air Guard.
Okay, very good. Well, we really appreciate it. I mean, our students, especially the young men, they go crazy over the military.
all the time.
I ask them what you want to be, is either the army, the Coast Guard, police, something in the military actually attracts our young people. And we have to give kudos to you all for looking after us at our borders and so many other things that you all do. We thank you very much. We thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to present to us today. Any last words?
My last words is to keep focus, right? Keep focus, choose your friends wisely, right? Choose your friends wisely, and do not think that you cannot do anything. Always keep that positive that you can. If someone else can do it, you can do it better.
Well, we have another question. It seems like every time we switch to you, the questions keep coming in. And this one says, are there any restrictions in the profession?
Restrictions. Yes, there are many restrictions. You don't want a criminal. You don't want a criminal. There are restrictions. Restriction as in everything is about timings. Everything is timings. Coast Guard is about timings. Military is about timings. You eat, you sleep, you get up, you go, timings. You spend more time in the organization than home, right? Because you could come to work today and you could go home next week. Yes, yes, that's how Coast Guard is. Because you have to remember, we leave, like you say, we go to sea now, right? Today, something happened out there. But I have experienced it already. I have experienced 3 weeks out there without seeing home. Went to work without seeing home. That's the next part of it. Sleeping is the next part. Coast Guard, we have something we call hot bunking, right? Like we go to sea, 4 of us go to sea, 4 to 5 of us go out to sea, and we'll be out there. Each person will get at least an hour sleep within the 3-4 days.
Wow.
Yeah, so
oh boy.
There's a lot that people don't know.
There's a lot you're telling us, and there's a lot you can't tell us.
Yeah. It's a process. And like I tell people, once you don't understand something, it's easy for you to be misled. Once you don't understand. When you understand something, it's harder to convince you when something is wrong. Right? So that's why I keep saying, choose your friends wisely.
Wow.
If you tell me who are your friends, if you show me your friends, you tell me your future. Once you show me your friends, I know your future.
Well,
right?
we continue.
Any other questions?
Well, I have so many. Well, right now we don't have any more, but there are questions, children will continue to ask as time go by, because we cannot answer all the questions. And then, there was, we would like to have a multidisciplinary team of maybe the Coast Guard, the Army, and the other paramilitary, to be able to share with our students within the individual schools, so that we could be able to, they will be able to ask their questions individually, and you all will be able to answer it off the bat.
I'm willing to be part of that, because I love sharing my information, my side of my development, because my development was not as any average child. So I know the psychological mindset of most children around this age group. Right? So that's why I can speak and guide them in a direction that they will want to know. Because I'm also the holder of 2 degrees, and I'm looking to do my master's. Never in my life I thought I would have been in this position. That's why I say thank you, Coast Guard, for guiding me in this direction. Because when I was growing up, I never thought in my life that I will be in a process of going to study a master's. It was never my dream. But Coast Guard made it my reality. Made it a reality.
Is it a very disciplined profession? Because you said you have 2 degrees, you're going for your master's, and you just told us about times when you have to be out on the sea for more than a week.
Right. Now, with Coast Guard, what you will realize, in Coast Guard, there's 24 hours in a day. 24 hours in a day. And school, how much hours in school? How much hours it take to learn something?
Right.
So if you could dissect your hours, you will know how you could maneuver yourself to achieve things. So nothing is possible.
Nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible.
Thank you
But
so
also
much.
remember, 24 hours in a day.
Yes.
If you...
So you depend on your hours to achieve your goals.
Correct.
Thank you.
It doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. It just take commitment. It just take commitment and an open mind. Or it must have an open mind. Commitment and an open mind, and you could achieve anything in this life.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
well,
ma'am.
we really thank you, Officer and Officer Jonathan Joseph, for your presentation. Thank
Yes,
him
ma'am.
so much. And I know as the students will see, you know, both of you all are young men and they are encouraged to be part of the military. So we really thank God for you. We thank God that you all took the time to be with us.
Yes, ma'am.
And we continue to ask you to continue to do your job well.
Well, we are getting paid to do it. And we are doing it our best.
But I see you are doing it with not just a payment, but it seems like you love what you do because you talk about it with passion.
Passion, yes, passion. That's why Jonathan said, anything you do it with passion. Do it with passion. And then you will see exactly your rewards. Your rewards, you only see rewards based on the passion that you put into the work that you put in.
But I have one question. I now remember one more question. I am finishing after this question.
I'm open.
How do you, with all that you have to do at your job, and you know, you spoke about having your qualifications, how do you manage your family as well?
Right.
Things.
It's a challenge whereby your family has to understand, and you as an individual has to know your timings. You have to know your timings. You have to know your, before social media, like I say cell phone, because when I joined the organization, cell phone wasn't a big thing, right? Now you have the social media. You could use it for either good or bad, as those people, right? Lines of communications are open more now. You have video chatting, you could sit down and talk to your family, hey, what's going on? Boom. You know, keep that connection, because at the end of the day, it comes right back down to communication.
Okay. We have another question.
Yeah.
Are there people to cook for you, or do you cook for yourself?
Every Coast Guard man is a cook. When I came into Coast Guard, I couldn't cook. No, and the best thing after sliced bread. Kids don't want nothing with me. Cooking, baking, cleaning. Oh, that's the next thing. When you join Coast Guard, whatever you have learned is either you advance what you have learned or a clean slate, because they teach you to do everything. Because that teaches you everything. You make sure you wash, you clean, you make up your bed. So when people feel like they're going to training just physical only, no, it's not only physical. It's a lifestyle. When to get up, what time to go to bed, what time to eat. This is a lifestyle. Show you how to keep your house clean, reason why you keep it clean, show you how to make up your bed, how your bed should be, how to speak to people, how to be, a Coast Guard man could fit in anywhere.
You learn etiquette.
Yeah, etiquette, yes. You learn etiquette, beyond etiquette, you learn also
right.
everything.
Thank you so much, Lecturer. I don't want you to leave.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I know it's the time. I know you're short on time, but it's not a problem. You can shoot any question, I will answer.
Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end. There are no more questions right now.
Ma'am.
Really appreciate you all being with us.
Yes, ma'am. And I hope you all take note of this, for Jonathan and myself, that to become this person that we are right now, it takes commitment and focus and understanding. All right, so thank you again, ma'am, and you all have a good day.
Thank you very, very much, sir. I'm taking your words, commitment, focus, and understanding. And I'm running with that today. Thank you so much.
Yes, and 24 hours in a day.
And 24 hours. And 24 hours in a day. Oh, thank you so much, sir. So you have a blessed evening. You and Mr. Jonathan have a blessed evening. So we have with us Officer Jonathan and Petty Officer, what is the name?
Frederick.
Petty Officer Frederick and we were happy to have them. Before we go into our next presenter, I would like to leave these words with our students. He said, one of the things that he really iterated was to be careful of your friends. So make sure that the friends that you have are the friends that are going to lead you on the right road. And then he just left with us these 3 words: commitment, focus, and understanding. And there are 24 hours in a day. So use your hours wisely. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate it. So we will have a video as we wait on the other presenters.
Yeah.
Have a blessed evening. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to share a very important story with you today. It's a story I think everyone should hear. Before he died, a father said to his son, "Here is a watch your grandfather gave me. It's almost 200 years old. Before I give it to you, go to the jewelry store in the city. Tell them that I want to sell it and see how much they offer you." The son went to the jewelry store, came back to his father and said, "They offered $100 because it is so old." The father said, "Well, try the pawn shop." The son went to the pawn shop, came back to his father and said, "The pawn shop offered only $20 because it has a scratch." The father asked his son to go to the museum and show them the watch. The son quietly questioned his father's judgment, but still willing to act on his father's last wishes, he went to the museum, and when he came back, he said to his father, "The curator offered $375,000 for this rare piece to be included in their precious antique collection." The father responded, "I wanted to show you that the right place will value you in the right way. Don't find yourself in the wrong place and get angry because you are not valued. Never stay in a place where someone doesn't see your value or you don't feel appreciated. If you don't know your value, you will always settle for far less than you deserve. People who don't know their value settle for far less than they are worth. In relationships or their friendships, when it comes to their profession or their job, they know they are worth more, but they settle for someone else's definition of their worth. That is the difference between most people and the few. That is the difference between people who love the life they have created for themselves and those who can't stand the life they are living. You have to know your worth. Most people will allow just about anyone to influence their perception of themselves. But people who love their life refuse to accept the opinions of small-minded people. They refuse to be put in a box. They will not be defined by anyone but themselves. They know their value is set by themselves, by their own thoughts about who they are, not someone else's opinion of what they are worth. Don't let them put a price on you. You set your own price. And don't go giving discounts to other people so you can fit in or be liked. People pleasers never end up happy in the end. Put yourself first. You must build your self-worth by the work you do every day. You build it by the way that you show up every single day, day in and day out. No excuses, no shortcuts, just a relentless dedication to be the best that you can be. If you have someone in your life that tries to diminish your abilities in any way, the time has come to move those people along. It's time to awaken that part of you that demands more from your life. Because only you know what you are truly capable of. It's time to wake up and shock the world. Shock those who doubted you with a disturbing level of determination. Shock those who doubted you with a commitment to excellence that cannot be matched by those of weak heart. Shock those who doubted you with the actions you take today as you draw a line in the sand and commit to becoming the person no one thought you could be, because only you know what you are truly capable of. In this world, you only have to earn the respect of one person. That person is you. You determine the level you demand of yourself. It's time to demand more. It's time to prove once and for all who you are, who you will become, and what you will never settle for again. Raise your standards. Rise.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon, students. And as we continue our day, I know that you guys would have just had a really exciting presentation from Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, and I'm competing with the rain, so I'm not sure if you guys are hearing that. So I'll try to speak a little bit louder, given everything with the weather. So at this time, we have another exciting presentation coming. So if it is you're interested in the airline industry, if you're interested in becoming a pilot or anything in terms of the airline industry, we have a very exciting presentation for you today, right? So we are going to now hear from Mr. Ragbear and his team. Mr. Ragbear, are you hearing me?
Yes, good morning. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, great. So now I will turn over to you and allow you to introduce your team and present our students this afternoon.
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting us, Prometheus, to your career day. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for all of the attendees. So on my side, we have myself, Rodney Ragbear. I have Captain Nalini with me, and I have Captain John in the back.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so at some point in time, you will be seeing one of us. Okay, so we're going to start with a short video of a simulator, and then we're going to go into a PowerPoint presentation. We're kind of limited with time, but if we have enough time, we'll take you into the simulator, and Captain John will do a test. We'll do maybe a takeoff and maybe a 2 or 3 minute flight, and we can have questions and answers. And if you have time, we have an interactive quiz where you can all take part from the comfort of your own home with your smart devices. Okay, so and before I failed to mention, anytime you're in the Twin City area, if you do want to take a picture in our jet simulator, after the COVID restrictions are lifted, of course, feel free to give us a call, make an appointment, come in, and we'd be happy to have you take a picture in our flight simulator. Okay, so we are starting with, as I mentioned, the video, and here we go. So that was a video of our 737, a replica of our 737 simulator. And that is the actual aircraft that Caribbean Airlines flies to Miami, Toronto, South America, etc. Okay. So we're going to get straight into our PowerPoint presentation. Okay. And of course, we'll be introducing you to the world of aviation. So we're not just limiting it to pilots. We're going to talk about air traffic control and engineers as well. We'll touch on that briefly. Okay. As I mentioned, my name is Rodney Ragbear. I'm actually a captain with Caribbean Airlines, and I have over just close to about 25 years of aerospace experience. And it's my pleasure to be with you today to share some of that knowledge with you. As a young child, I have always had the desire to be a pilot, to put on a pilot's uniform, and to take that massive piece of machinery into the skies with passengers to and from safely. So why would we choose a career in aviation? Well, as I mentioned to you, for many of us, it's a lifelong passion, a passion that we don't know where it really came from. But however, it's like a bug bit us, and the only way to control that passion is by achieving our goal and becoming a pilot. To me, I think it's one of the, if not the best job in the whole world, because the view is amazing. I have flown the 767, which was serviced our London routes, and I remember one of my most interesting times in the cockpit is when you're flying through different time zones and you see half of the plane getting it's pitch dark, and then half of the plane the sun is rising. So it's really amazing. We see views that no one else sees. I don't know how many other workers have an office at 37 or 43,000 feet in the air, but we certainly do. We don't have our boss around us all the time because we are trained and we're competent and professional enough to get the job done without any supervision. Okay. Even landing into Trinidad, I find that, oh my gosh, if you think Trinidad is beautiful on the ground, you should see it from the air. You see the shape of the island, the contour, the topographical view. It's amazing. It's really, really amazing. It's hard to find words to describe it, as you can see. Okay. Pilots are an elite group because 0.2% of the US population actually have a pilot's license, and that includes a private pilot as well. Okay. In terms of jobs, there are a lot of opportunity for jobs. Perhaps not at this current time with COVID, because every industry and every economy seems to be having its challenges. But this will just be a brief challenge. And when COVID is a thing of the past, airlines are starting to, in fact, airlines are starting to hire now, actually, because they're seeing the trend and they're seeing, they have the vision. Okay, so we'll touch on this again, but I mean, you'll be able to see many different parts of the world. And if you like traveling and if you like seeing the world and you like seeing different cultures, meeting different types of people, eating different types of food, and getting paid for it, this is the job for you. Okay. As pilots, we're always going through what we call recurrent training. As you can imagine, we have a very important role in the cockpit, and that's to take our passengers to and from safely. So in order to maintain our proficiency, we are tested every 6 months in a simulator. We're tested every year in the classroom, and every 2 years in regards to safety procedures. So as I mentioned, there are the three areas that we'll be covering. Most in depth, we'll be talking about pilots, right? But let me ask you a question. And I know I probably won't be able to see you on the chat, but ask yourself, how many of you would like to be a pilot? Well, the CEO of Boeing says in the next 15 years, we will require approximately 800,000 pilots. There are many benefits of becoming a pilot, not just yourself, but your family has the opportunity to access the benefits as well, because they can fly at a very reduced cost. In fact, if my family is flying, I just really pay the taxes on the ticket, and they can fly wherever I go. My sons have gone to New York. I've taken them to Toronto to visit their grandparents. We've gone to Miami to do some shopping, right? So as a crew member, you will actually fly from point A to point B. When you reach your destination, you are then picked up by your transport that will take you to your hotel accommodations. Now, your hotel, and we are also given a per diem or a daily allowance for meals. And that, when I flew to London, I got $75 US a month. Sorry, a day. And that was way more than I could eat, as much as I love my food. Okay. And the big one, how much can I make? Well, if you start with the airline, you're looking at about just in excess of $20,000 TT a month. And as you build up your years of experience, you can reach levels of $100,000 per month. Okay. So ask yourself again, how many of you would like to be pilots? Okay, many different types of pilot jobs. You could work with the Civil Aviation Authority, the Federal Aviation Administrations. If it is that you want a desk job, you could also be a flight instructor. You could, if you want to put on a pair of shorts, you could fly in the Maldives or Hawaii and just do some sightseeing flights. You could become a corporate pilot, or you could fly passengers. There's also cargo. You can fly cargo, and you can fly regional or international airlines. I've chose to come back to the regionals because I've had my fair share of hotels, and my boys are 9 and 10 years old now, and they're getting ready for SEA. So I think they need that at home. So hence the reason I returned back to the regional flights. So let's talk about the requirements to become a commercial pilot. You need to be 18 years of age. You have to have a good ability to read, write, and understand English. You need to pass what we call a Class 1 medical examination. And a Class 1 medical is essentially your eyes would be corrected to 20/20 vision. You don't have any heart issues. So I haven't heard of any student pilots not being able to attain a Class 1 medical. Okay. You will need to pass a series of written tests. You will have to to fly a certain amount of hours. You'll have to log them, and they'll have to be with an approved flight instructor or a school. And just before you break that bottle of champagne and celebrate, you have a final check ride, which will then give you the option, or will then award you with the commercial pilot's license. Okay, so it's kind of a recap of what I just mentioned. In terms of theory, it's about 2 months worth of theory classes. We need about 250 hours. One day, the day before you open that bottle of champagne, you need to have your check ride, which authorizes you to actually become a commercial pilot. And just as a little breakdown, so you know, it takes about 2 to 3 months on average to finish your PPL, or your private pilot's license. And then it takes about 3 to 6 months for commercial pilot's license. And those are students who have actually passed through our facility. And that's what we have, that's the trend that we have noticed, okay? Now, to attain those numbers, you need to be focused, you need to be disciplined, and you need to set your goals, okay? But it is very, very, very much attainable. And that's what your license looks like. Once you get this, now you can crack your bottle of champagne. All right, this is an American license. It's what we call a FAA license. And most students elect to go to the United States for many different reasons. One, there are numerous flight schools. There's hundreds of airports that you can access or fly into. You have different weather systems. An FAA license is recognized pretty well worldwide. So a lot of benefits of getting a FAA license. In regards to joining an airline in Trinidad and Tobago, the minimum requirements are really 5 O-levels. Now, this criteria has not been changed probably in about 20, 30 years or so. But you need 5 O-levels. Maths and English are compulsory. If you like science and physics, great. Those would be great subjects to take. But having said that, once you have English and mathematics, any other knowledge that you will need to acquire will be incorporated in your pilot's license or your pilot training. Okay, and of course, we have a lot of students now who actually have a second language and they have a degree. Okay, so those are always an asset and will make yourself more marketable. Having said that, we have students who go away at a very early age, acquire a license, and then they come back and then they further their studies. So in the event that the airline is hiring, they now have a chance of being hired by the airline immediately. They don't have to tell the airline, oh, I'm just finishing my degree and then I'm going to get my license, because that's not what they want to hear. They want to hear, do you have a license or do you not have a license? And then they take it from there. Okay, so to fly in Trinidad, you'll need a Trinidad Tobago pilot's license, which is just a conversion. Just a couple of tests from the FAA license. You need to have a certificate of character with no criminal history or drug use. This is the challenge for most pilots, is the funding. Our students have spent about $40,000 US in acquiring a commercial pilot's license. Students who have not used our facility, very few of them have spent that or a little bit more, but most students spend about 50, 60, 70. I've even heard up to 80,000 US dollars. So our facility, we could definitely help you with a lot of guidance and creating a strategy forward for you. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, we need to pass a medical test. Commercial, you need class 1 medical, and you need to be able to read, write, and speak English. Okay. So we spoke about a commercial pilot's license, but your first step in attaining a commercial pilot's license is actually getting a private pilot's license. Now, what can we actually do with a private pilot's license? Well, let's see. Pretty well, you can do you'll have most of the privileges that a commercial pilot will have, except that you can't be compensated. You will not you'll not be able to fly for hire. So you can't say, hey, look, I'll take you to Tobago. I'm going to charge you $3,000. You can't do that with a private license because you don't have a commercial pilot's license. You could, however, say, listen, let's go to Tobago. The rental cost of the airplane is $1,500. The fuel is $500. You guys come up with that, and I'll fly you for free. That you could do. Okay. You can fly into most airports that a commercial pilot can fly to. You can fly day or night. Okay. And if you have an instrument rating, you can fly in clouds or in weather. So that's our presentation really about the pilots. Now we're going to start talking about air traffic control. When we think about air traffic control, and I know this is a very condensed version, a very condensed presentation. Feel free, if you're interested, you can always contact us and we can always have a more expanded presentation for you. Or after the COVID restrictions are lifted, you can visit the facility and we can discuss it in person. But normally when we think about air traffic control, we really just think about people in a tower who are clearing us to land or take off. But there's a lot more to air traffic controllers. In fact, there's a lot of different types of air traffic controllers, right? There's really 3 main divisions of air traffic control. There's what we call ground and clearance delivery. So for instance, Captain John is at the threshold or at the gate in Trinidad, and he contacts ground and says, Piaco, this is Proteus 1 requesting clearance to Tango Charlie Papa, which is by Tobago. See how long I've flown into Tobago? I forgot the identifier. And they would come back and read back and they would say, okay, Proteus 1, you are cleared runway heading, climb flight level 70, left turn after departure, direct Sasson. And that would be our departure instructions. When doors are all closed, we're ready to go. Now we contact ground clearance and say, ground Proteus 1, ready for start. And they would issue us the start clearance. They would switch us over to apron, and apron would give us taxi instructions, and then tower would take over, and tower would clear us for takeoff. So a takeoff clearance would be something like this. Proteus 1, cleared, takeoff, runway 10, wind 090 at 10 knots. Okay. After takeoff, they would come back and say, okay, contact approach or contact departure on 119.0. And we would respond, approach 119.0 Proteus 1. Okay. And then as we leave a certain distance from the airport, we get into what we call area control. And area control is where air traffic control occupies a very, very large space. And to give you an idea, we have Piaco's airspace, we have San Juan's airspace, we have New York's airspace, and then we have Toronto's airspace. So you see how in Trinidad, we started off with, 3 or 4 different air traffic controllers. But as you level off at 37,000 feet, now you're only dealing with the big boys, okay? Whose primary focus or concern is to keep you and other aircraft away from each other, to keep you safe, and to also advise you of any specific challenges that you would be that you could potentially come in contact with, like weather, for instance. Okay. So as an air traffic controller, you need to be at least 18 years of age. You need to be able to read, write, and understand English. Their medical restrictions are not as high as a pilot, for obvious reasons, because they're on the ground and we are in the air. But they do have to go through some pretty rigorous training as well, like knowledge tests and practical training as well. Let's talk about aeronautical engineers. So engineers we think about aeronautical engineers, we probably just think about a mechanic to fix the engine of an aircraft. However, an aeronautical engineer is really associated with any airborne device. So if you think about a missile, you think about a space shuttle, you think about rockets, helicopters, satellites, any type of device or equipment that flies in the air, they will have to be serviced by an aeronautical engineer. And there are different types of aeronautical engineers. There are the engineers that really handle the bolts and nuts, if you will, which is the heavy work. We have engineers that work with the structural design. We also have engineers for manufacturing and maintenance of the aircraft. We have engineers for aerodynamics, and we have also aviation, avionics engineers who deal with just basically instrumentation and communication. So within the engineers, they all specialize in one certain field. Okay, to become a engineer, actually, I'm going to let Captain John describe the initial requirements and talk to you about a profession in engineering, because before John became a commercial pilot, he was actually an engineer with Caribbean Airlines. So, Captain John?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the presentation so far. So, to become an aeronautical engineer, one should possess a bachelor's degree program, or should I say pursue a bachelor's degree program in aeronautical engineering, aerospace engineering. And these programs generally take 4 to 5 years to complete, and it should be from an accredited Board of Engineering and Technology or aviation management, etc. We have 2 routes that you could take. One via the UTT, where you could pursue aviation maintenance and management, I think it is. Also, you could go to a foreign-based university that specializes in aeronautical engineering, where you would attain AMEL, or that's a aircraft maintenance engineer's license, or what we refer to as a basic LWTR, which is a license without a type rating. So you just have a general license that will prepare you or cause you to become eligible for hire. So you have those 2 options. that you could pursue. So during the final year of college, the student participates in lab studies, design courses, and a lot of practical items that you would be exposed to demonstrate your proficiency before you can graduate and work as a licensed engineer. He or she must must pass these 2 engineering examinations. Passing the first exam, the fundamentals of engineering exam, allows the candidate to work as an engineer in training. After passing this exam and obtaining 4 years of on-the-job training, the engineer can now take the professional engineer's exam. And then, of course, as you go along, the airline that you work with will give you training on the aircraft, which we consider, or we call it, a type rating, where you're now trained on the specific aircraft, the in-depth working and functioning of the aircraft. And now you become type rated, and you can affix your signature on the documents of the aircraft to say that you are certified, you are licensed, and you are now certified because you have the certification based on training that this aircraft is airworthy, so that Captain Rod and I could now fly it.
And you may ask yourself if there are a lot of female pilots. And I myself, I have flown with, I think this year and last year, I think I've seen the most amount of female pilots that I've ever seen in my whole life. And female pilots are great. They do a great job. They're very focused and very disciplined. And I'd like to show you a video with a female in our flight simulator. And then we'll pause for some questions and answers sessions. And if time permits, we will we'll show you our flight simulator. How's that? As Captain Nalini gets this all set up here, there we go.
want to thank Pro ATS for giving me this opportunity to be able to fly a jet simulator. I never thought I would have been in a pilot's seat and being able to control everything. It was honestly an amazing experience, and it was a thrill of a lifetime.
So, how did you enjoy that so far?
I'm sure that our students would have thoroughly enjoyed the presentation.
Great.
Given that Right, so we have the comments and the questions are coming in.
Sure.
All right, so they did enjoy the presentation very much. So the first question that we have coming in is, how has COVID-19 affected your field, given everything that's happening right now?
A great question. As you see worldwide, COVID-19 has definitely negatively impacted all of the different industries. Aerospace is one of them that is no different. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of pilots being furloughed or laid off. Fortunately, Caribbean Airlines so far has not laid off any pilots, and it has now. Pilots have taken pay cuts, and sometimes significant pay cuts, but it's that really is the extent of it. As I mentioned earlier, there are airlines who are starting to hire now because they are seeing and they are predicting that within a certain amount of time that the COVID-19 will not be here anymore, and they want to be ready and waiting for that opportunity.
Excellent. So it does give hope in terms of to the industry in the midst of everything that's happening, right? So
Yes.
students, you could have hope in terms of that aspect, because I know even I have students at my present secondary school that would like to pursue becoming a pilot. Next question. A student would like to know how, in terms of the process of applying, what is the process of applying?
Well, there are different ways or different channels of becoming a pilot. One, we offer a lot of preparation programs. Our program or our training is not mandatory, so you can go straight to flight school and start your career off there. However, a lot of parents and students elect to come to our facility because they themselves gain a lot more confidence, knowledge, and save a lot of money in their actual license or attaining their license. But however, so let's remove pre-ATS out of the scene, and if you wanted to go straight to flight school, then you would just pick a flight school that appeals to you, and literally just sign up. You would say, okay, look, I want to sign up. The major hurdle, like I said, is really the money. But you don't have all the money at one time. You could actually say, okay, well, here's $5,000. I'll put down $5,000. I will do whatever I can, and when I exhaust that $5,000 limit, then I'll put another $5,000 in. So really, to answer your question, depending on which avenue you want to take, and a lot of people come to us because we are a fraction of the cost to help you start realizing your dream. Okay, but if you did want to go straight to flight school, you can go straight to flight school and just sign up. And all you need to really have is a good understanding of English. You have to be able to read, write, understand English, and you should be proficient in mathematics. And if you're going to apply for an airline job in Trinidad, you will need to have English and mathematics, at least at O levels.
Okay, thank you so very much. And could you break down a little bit in terms of if it is a person or a student decides, okay, they would like to come to your institution, as you said, it makes them feel more confident and comfortable in terms of to pursue their career later, well, down in their life. could you break down for them in terms of the cost? Let's say, okay, they come for a lesson, like what is the cost probably of the first lesson, or how much it will cost over, let's say, a 6-month period, 3-month period, if it is you can.
Sure, certainly. So the first program that we would suggest would be the private pilot preparation program. Most participants have finished that in anywhere between 6 to 12 months, 6 to 12 weeks rather, and that is $1,850 US. It's somewhere in the vicinity of about 11,000 and change, maybe close to $12,000 TT. And the next step would be the instrument preparation program, which is the same cost and can be achieved within the same amount of time. And then we have a multi-engine preparation program, which essentially teaches you what we call crew resource management, which is a aerospace word or fancy word for teamwork. And that's $2,000. So all in all, again, you could tackle our training at piece by piece. We also have payment plans as well. And if you chose to do all, you would be looking at in the vicinity of about $5,700 US. And then that would make you very, very knowledgeable, very confident for when you actually go to a flight school to acquire your pilot's license.
Okay, excellent. So in the range of TT, that will carry us anyway, probably rounding it off, probably like about 40,000 TT in terms of completing the program. Excellent.
Yeah,
all right. Yes. So so we're going on with the questions, and I believe you probably would have answered this earlier in your presentation. Somebody wants to know if it is they train in the US, could they come back to Trinidad to work as a pilot?
Certainly, of course. I would say that's probably the case of about 95% or 98% of our pilots in Trinidad, they've all gone abroad, whether they've gone to the UK, Canada, the United States, acquired a license, and then come back to Trinidad. And then when you come back to Trinidad, you'll have to just do just a couple of conversion exams, and then you're awarded the Trinidad and Tobago pilot's license.
Okay, excellent. Next question, a student would like to know, have you ever, in terms of your career, have you ever experienced any plane crashes, and how that was for you, if you have experienced any?
Okay, I don't know if you noticed my eyes popping out of my head when you asked me that question, but knock on wood, the answer is no. I have not had any crashes. I have had some abnormal situations, which through pilot training, you are always taught how to handle these situations. My personal opinion is that any situation that happens is really an abnormal situation, and it only becomes an emergency if you don't handle it correctly. So, and I think that's true for life. You know, I know you had a little motivational video before our presentation, but there's a beautiful video that you all could probably use as well, and it's by Steve Covey, and it says 10% of life happens to you, and the other 90% is how you react to it. It's a very good video. I see your lovely face. I see your mouth moving, but I'm not hearing you.
Thank you for that. I'm just looking at the questions. My mic is still muted. All right. Last question. In terms of the field, would you consider it stressful? The two, would it be more stressful, or would you say it's a very fun profession?
No, I would say more or less. And again, going back to the Steve Covey, the 90-10% principle, you know, it's really, you could make it stressful, but the companies have arranged what we call standard operating procedures, and that helps us to work within a standard way of operating. And by doing so, you could mitigate a lot of risks or challenges. And we have a lot of resources. We have a lot of training. We have checklists. We're always in radio. We're always in contact, for the most part, with radio frequencies. So even if we didn't know what to do in a situation, we could contact someone else via radio and say, listen, this is our situation. What do you want us to do? Do you want to come back? Do you want us to come back to Trinidad, or should we continue to Toronto? So, I mean, that's I guess the best way to put it. So it's not. I think, remember in life, and again, I'm kind of coming out of the envelope of aviation, but in life, you know, who causes stress? We cause stress because we decide what stresses us out and what doesn't stress. So we have to make that decision. When you fly in a dynamic environment like we do as pilots, well, unfortunately, we can't control Mother Nature. We can't control the weather. We can't control thunderstorms, snow, violent winds, hurricanes, volcanoes. So having said that, we operate to the best of our ability and know your own limitations, as well as the aircraft limitations, the company's policies, and your personal limitations, and you just make the best decisions possible. And that's what piloting is all about. And I think, again, in life, I think it's not really so much what you know what you do, but it's the decisions you make in life. You know, now,
excellent.
The more educated you are, the more educated decisions you'll be able to make. So it's good to get some education behind you, for sure.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So at this time, we have come to the end of our time with you. So we want to thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Guidance Unit in Patrick District, for again an excellent presentation and really opening the eyes of our students in terms of pursuing careers when it comes to aviation. So I want to wish each and every one of you an enjoyable rest of the evening, and we will be in contact with you soon, because I'm sure that we'll be getting questions from our students, and they may even ask, okay, could they come back again to present us? So thank you so very much again, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
It's been our pleasure being here, and if you would like to end off the presentation, if time permits, it'll probably take a minute or two, and we can end off the presentation with Captain John in the cockpit doing a takeoff.
Okay. Okay, how long is it?
2 minutes.
Okay, then, not a problem.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, there's Captain John.
Hi guys, welcome.
Captain John is in
Barbados, and we're gonna do a quick takeoff due to COVID. I'm taking you guys out of Barbados, repatriation flight in the interest of time. Be cleared for takeoff, and here we go. Enjoy, guys. Set our power levers. Engines are stable. All set. So our takeoff roll. We begin to accelerate down the runway. Here we go. We just crossed 100 knots. V1, and here we go, guys. We have a positive rate of climb. Here it goes up. I'm gonna give you a nice low altitude turnout.
Okay, so there you have it, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a pleasure being with you, and we thank you for the opportunity, and we hope to see you again very, very soon.
Thank you. Okay, so students are moving right along after that excellent presentation that I knew that you guys would have been excited about. So we are continuing with our presentations, and next we have the National Energy Skills Center, who is going to present to us. So at this time, we would like to welcome Miss David. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
Happy to have you with us this afternoon.
It's a pleasure.
So, all right. So at this time, I'm going to turn over to you, and you will take away with your presentation.
Okay, so my screen is sharing, right? You all are
Yes,
seeing?
it is. We're seeing it. Yes.
A pleasant good afternoon to one and all. My name is Ayana David. I am a Student Affairs Officer attached to the NESC Point Lisas and St. Madeleine campus. So this afternoon, I'm just here to share some information on our class to career information session. Welcome to the NESC, and we are so happy to have you. Our mission at the NESC. The NESC is committed to the development of the nation's human capital through technology and advanced teaching and learning methodologies. Our faculty, staff, and students are equipped with the skills and competencies to meet and exceed the needs of the industrial sector. We ensure our well-being by maintaining a culture of excellence, integrity, teamwork, and discipline. We partner with our stakeholders and communities as we create innovative, entrepreneurial, craftsmen, and technical professionals. Our vision. Our vision is to be the premier technical training provider in the development of a competent, innovative, and entrepreneurial workforce by transforming human capital through the application of advanced experiential learning methodologies. Our core values are commitment, respect, excellence, discipline, integrity, and teamwork. The National Energy Skills Center. The National Energy Skills Center is a non-profit government-assisted institution incorporated on July 15, 1997, with the primary purpose of building the human capital in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The NESC, born out of a demand for skilled tradesmen, operates several campuses across Trinidad and Tobago. The NESC offers 2-year diploma programs, 1-year craftsman program, along with a number of professional development programs. We are in the business over 21 years. We have 7 campuses and we have trained over 21,000 craftsmen. Why NESC? Industry relevant curricula endorsed by industry. Strong links with the industry mirrored workshops, ISO certified operations, ACTT accredited institution, international affiliations, successful graduates, availability of jobs in industry for graduates, articulation to higher levels of training and certification, multiple entry points. Our corporate partners are Atlantic, Ansal Macal, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, PowerGen, Massey, SM Jalil, Metanex, to name a few. Some of our international affiliations are International Association of Drilling Contractors, Red Deer College, Microsoft, American Welding Society, Cisco. Our Students Services Division approach, self, steadfast, present, and committed. E, effective, prepare to deliver. L, leader, take charge and be in control. F, finish, achieve set results on time within budget. In addition to a dedicated student affairs and guidance officers based at each campus, students can enjoy the benefits of having access to guidance counseling, life skills sessions, preparation for the world of work, field trips to leading organizations in their area of study, industry sensitization, medium-sized class numbers to allow for individual attention, review sessions for exam preparation, assistance with job placement. School environment. Safety is a priority at the NESC. We continuously ensure that a safe, comfortable environment conducive to learning is provided for our students, including proficient security guards, diligent, committed, and friendly faculty, integration of technology, catering to varying learning styles, well-equipped classrooms, labs, and workshops. Student feedback. Students have the opportunity to provide feedback to our staff through 3 major avenues. These include 1, trainee feedback forms, completed by students at least 3 times during their program cycle. The Student Affairs Officer, NESC's Facebook page, our Marketing and Corporate Communications Department monitor questions and comments on our Facebook page and direct to the relevant individuals. At the NESC, we have an open door policy. At the campus, we facilitate Parents' Day, where parents and guardians are free to visit our campuses to be updated on their child's progress. The NESC believes that parents, guardians are our biggest stakeholders in the education process, and we welcome, applaud, and encourage the active interest of parents and guardians. Visits are not restricted to Parents' Day, and the campus managers, student affairs officers, and instructors are available for a discussion with parents on short notice. Equal Opportunity Policy Statement. This policy aims to communicate the commitment of the NESC to equal opportunity through all the organization's training activities, regardless of gender, marital or civil partnership status, religious belief, political opinion, race, disability, sexual orientation, age, in keeping with the policy of NESC for minimum age of entry at 16 years. Levels of programs. At the NESC, we offer 3 different levels of programs. 1, our diploma program, 2, craftsman program, 3, our professional development programs. Our diploma program. This is our flagship of programs. It is a level 3 technician program available in 9 different subject areas. These programs are GATE approved, and they are offered on a both full-time and part-time basis. Duration is 2 years full-time and 3 years part-time. Some of our 2-year diploma programs are drilling rig operations, automotive services, heavy equipment, millwrights, welder, electrician, refrigeration and air condition, fabricator, boiler maker, information technology network specialist. Students can obtain 3 certificates from our single diploma programs. The National Energy Skills Center Diploma Program has 3 forms of certification. 1, the NESC Diploma, which is equal to 150 credits. The NESC Journeyman, which is equal to 150 credits, plus 1,640 industry hours, which is in the field of trade. Red Deer College Trades Professional, which is equal to 150 credits plus 1,600 industry hours, plus 2 Red Deer College practical assessment. Craftsman Program, a level 2 technician program that is offered for 1 year. Upon completion, graduates are awarded a certificate of competency. Then we have some of the courses that are offered in our Craftsman program are rig mechanic, automotive services, welding, domestic electrician, air conditioning and refrigeration, pipe fitting and fabrication, machine shop, plumbing, autotronics. Benefits of attending NESC: building careers, development of well-rounded students, use of technology, promoting creativity and leadership, providing industry linkage, promoting entrepreneurship, assistance with job placements. When can I apply? Applications are open for our September 2021 intake from May to August. We also facilitate professional development programs throughout the year, so be sure to keep updated on some of our offerings. Right now we have none of these courses offer right now due to COVID. Tuition fees. Diploma programs are all gate funded, which is subject to a means assessment. Our year-long Craftsman programs are usually 5,000 tuition, 300 registration fee. Our professional development programs vary in price, beginning as low as $395. Payment plans are available. What is required for registration? Completed application form, original birth certificate and copy, national ID or passport or driver's permit and copy, 1 passport size photo, medical certificate of fitness, academic certificates and copies, drug test results, e-gate ID, and a registration fee of $300. Graduation. Upon successful completion of our programs, a graduation ceremony is held. Our students, their families, friends, faculty, management, and other stakeholders can acknowledge and celebrate the hard work, commitment, and perseverance of our graduates. In true essence of a family, we all share in their joy, pride, and excitement. Even after graduation, we maintain contact to follow up on job placement for our graduates. So as I come to the end of our presentation, I will show you all a video like a day in the life of NESC. Just 1 second. Any questions in the meantime?
Yes, Ms. David, thank you for that presentation, very informative. Question. When it comes to, let's say, varying males as to female students, right? Would you encourage young ladies to attend NESC?
Yes, we do. We always have female intakes.
Okay, good. And with the female students, one student wants to know, even as a female, is it fun in that field? Because I know that a lot of the professions or careers that you would have shared, usually society would say, okay, it's a male-dominated field. So how do females have fun doing these different, in terms of the training and going into these careers that are mostly male-dominated?
Yes, they do. And a lot of times our female students end up the most outstanding students in welding and electrical.
Mm-hmm. Excellent, excellent. So that answers the question for our students. A few students are asking about qualifications to enter NESC.
3 CSEC passes.
Okay, in any specific subjects?
We try to encourage that they have maths and English and any other subject.
Okay, excellent. So you said your training programs usually take 2 years to complete full-time and 3 years part-time. And you guys offer on-the-job training after they complete that course, because you mentioned in terms of helping with placement.
Yes.
Could you tell us some of the organizations that you work with to provide on-the-job training for your trainees?
Okay, we have like Lifestyle Motors, Massey, Toyota, Tofco, to name a few.
Okay, excellent.
A lot of companies reach out to us.
Okay, good, good, good. And when it is these students go on this training, would they usually receive a stipend, or is it just in the training?
It's up to the companies. They will get like a salary.
Okay. Excellent, 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 excellent.
And it's up to the company afterwards to keep them if they wish. So
okay, so
in the automotive field, a lot of times they keep these students afterwards.
Right, because I was now going to ask you in terms of how much of the organizations keep the students after they complete their training.
Majority.
Okay, excellent. So that in itself, given the training and the cost and everything, the on-the-job training, and even entering the career field, it's an excellent option for students when they complete their CSEC subjects.
Yes.
Another thing, are any of your courses GATE approved?
All our diplomas are GATE approved.
Okay, excellent. So I think that's it there for our students. And I know a lot of our students apply to NESC. So thank you so very much for the information that was shared. And we do really appreciate you taking the time out today to share with us and to share with our students. So on that note, I'm just going to invite you, if it is you want to share any last remarks with our students or give them a word of advice.
I would just like to say thanks to St. Patrick for having me. It has been a pleasure.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. And I want to wish you an enjoyable evening. And at this time, we're just going to ask our tech team just to play a short motivational video as we transition to our next presenter.
No problem.
Thank you again, Ms. David. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let it go. The things that have happened in the past, the things that aren't happening right now, let it go. If you want to be free, stop locking yourself into the prison of your past. If you want to see the light, stop holding yourself in the darkness of your past. If you really want to move on, release the heavy weight from your back. If you don't want them to win, let it go. Move on and create your best life. You would never allow a thief to enter your home and live there rent-free. So why do you allow thoughts that steal your joy to enter and live inside your mind? Let it go. Had a moment of confrontation? Let it go. Don't allow it to live in your mind. stealing the joy from the rest of your day. Someone did you wrong? Let it go. They will ruin more of your life if you allow them to invade your mind like a virus, which will only affect the quality of your life in every other area. The best revenge is always moving on, letting go. Showing your ego is brave enough to let go. Showing you are strong enough to enjoy your life, to live your life fully, regardless of what happens or who isn't doing the right thing by you. Let them have their accidents somewhere else. Life hasn't gone as planned. It doesn't for anyone. Move on. Focus on the good. Those who live amazing lives haven't gotten lucky. When things don't work out, they move on quickly and focus on the next positive. They drop the negative like a hot potato and focus on what they can do today to get in a better state. They don't seek sympathy from family and friends. They focus on what is good in their life and let go of the negatives. Don't cheat on your future with your past. It's over. Commit to your future and it will be a strong, healthy one. If you don't let go of your past, your future will suffer. Understand this very important fact. You are the one who suffers most when you hold on to resentments, when you seek revenge. You are the one who wins when you do let go. Richard Carson once said, "The key to a good life is this. If you're not going to talk about something during the last hour of your life, don't make it a top priority during your lifetime." Maybe we should all take that advice. Your ego will tell you, once everything is perfect, then I'll be happy. But your soul knows the truth. Be happy, then everything is perfect. No, life circumstances won't be perfect. But if you can get into the right space, you can then get to the understanding that everything happens for a reason and be at peace with that. So be happy. Do whatever it takes to find your happy. Not because everything is good, but because you see the good in everything. Not because every circumstance is a miracle, but because you see the miracle in life itself. Albert Einstein once said, "There's only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle, and the other is as though everything is." I know which space I want to live in. What about you?
Okay, students, so we're continuing with our next presenter. And we have Miss George with us from the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute. Miss George, are you hearing me? Miss George?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Hi, I was under the impression that we were supposed to start at 10 to 2, 1:50. I'm still waiting on my my other marketing officers to join me.
Okay, well,
I see
not
Miss
a problem.
Here, but I'm still waiting on one more person.
Okay, well, we saw you in the waiting room and we decided let's just have you present to our students because I'm sure that they're excited to hear from you. All right.
That won't be a problem. Can I just have a moment to get on to the third member?
Not a problem.
All right.
Not a problem. So we'll just wait 2 minutes for you to get onto your the next member of your team, and then we would move on into your presentation. But
Sure,
thanks
no
again
problem.
for being with us this afternoon.
All right.
Who are you going to be? And if you'll notice, I'm not asking what are you going to do, but who are you going to be? I'm asking you about how you plan to live your life every day. How are you going to respond when you don't get that job you had your heart set on? For all of you who are going to be teachers, what are you going to do if the students in your class next year just don't respond to your lessons? For all of you going into business, how will you react when your boss gives you a goal that feels way too high? See, these are the moments that define us. Not the day you get the promotion, not the day you win Teacher of the Year, but the times that force you to claw and scratch and fight just to get through the day. The moments when you get knocked down and you're wondering whether it's even worth it to get back up. See, those are the times when you've got to ask yourself, who am I going to be? And I want to be clear, this isn't just some vague platitude about building character. In recent years, we've actually been seeing a growing body of research that shows that skills like resilience and conscientiousness can be just as important to your success as your test scores or even your IQ. For instance, West Point cadets who scored high on things like grit and determination were more likely to complete basic training than those who ranked high on things like class rank, SAT scores, and physical fitness. So what we're seeing is that if you're willing to dig deep, if you're willing to pick yourself up when you fall, if you're willing to work and work until your weaknesses become your strengths, then you'll develop a set of skills that you can mold and apply to any situation you encounter, any job you might have, any crisis you might confront. But you gotta make that choice. And let me just share just a little secret before I end. As someone who has hired and managed hundreds of young people over the course of my career, whether it was during my time as a lawyer, as an administrator, as a university, a nonprofit manager, even now as First Lady, I have never once asked someone I was interviewing to explain a test score or a grade in a class. Never. I have never once made a hire just because someone went to an Ivy League school instead of a state school. Never. What I have looked for is what kind of person you are. Are you a hard worker? Are you reliable? Are you open to other viewpoints? Have you stepped outside of your own self-interest to serve others? Have you found a way to serve our country, whether in uniform or in your community? Again and again, I have seen that those are the qualities that I want on my team, because those are the qualities that move our businesses and schools and our entire country forward. And just understand this. Those are the qualities that you all already embody. They're the values you learned from your parents, from the communities you grew up in. And today, more than ever before, that's what the world needs.
Okay. So we are back with you guys. And I believe we have the complement of the whole team. Ms. Lewis?
Yes, everybody's back.
Okay, so you guys are ready for us and our students?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm also excited. Okay, I didn't hear what you said. I'm also excited to hear your presentation as well, right? And you guys are, well, I would say coming, even though we are interacting via Zoom from our sister Isle, right? So we would really like to welcome you guys as you present to us and our Form 3 students. So I'm turning over to your team at this moment.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the Form 3 students of the St. Patrick District for having us this afternoon. We are from the THTI, which is the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute. Our institute focuses on designing academic programs and short courses focused on imparting the knowledge and giving the practical experience to persons that would be interested in operating within the culinary arts industry, the tourism industry, and the hospitality sector as well. We would offer associate degree programs in 4 areas. These areas would include tourism studies, hospitality studies, culinary arts, as well as the food and beverage operations. We also have short courses for persons that may not want to commit to the 2 years or the 3 years that it takes to do our associate degree programs. The associate degree programs are available full-time and part-time. So if you decide to commit full-time, it'll take you a period of 2 years. If it is you decide to commit part-time, it will take you a complete period of 3 years. We have several short courses, namely quality customer service, bar management, cake making, tour guiding, event management, and digital skills. So we have a little bit of everything for the persons that may just want to add something to their skill set to make them more of a valuable asset to the marketplace, right? We would now go over, I think Shadi Lewis would be sharing a video on behalf of THTI with us.
Hey guys, I'm Hans Defentala from Kessiban. I just want to welcome all you guys to the hospitality and tourism industry. This is an exciting industry that will require your brilliant young minds to take it to the next level. Remember, always put your all and practice excellence in everything that you do. Take the time to learn from each other, but also from the people who have come before you in this industry. Great success is always born of many failures. So take lessons from all that came before you, both their successes and their failures.
Shade, is it possible for you to increase the volume for me? I don't think we're hearing clearly. Thank you so much.
World-class product that it can be. Welcome to the industry.
You learn a lot about culture and places when it is you're interested in food. When I came out of school, I was involved in Rotaract. And through Rotaract, I interacted with a lot of islanders, and I was always just enamored with how patriotic they were. And I felt as a Tobagonian, we really didn't have people advocating and showing that love when it is we got. Yes, we loved Tobago, but Tobago always kind of got overshadowed by Trinidad. Whew, that's a tough one, most memorable. I guess it's a reinforcement of my purpose. Yeah, all of my positive or memorable moments were moments that really helped to crystallize and I guess reinforce that it's worth the stress. So if I had to really drill down to one, when we won the Destination Award, and people trivialize it, but it took a lot of work for us to get there. And I felt so validated. It was very surreal going through the process. I won't lie, because, you know, we went up against destinations like Australia and New Zealand. I remember when I was in university, Australia had an amazing campaign. As I said, you're sitting with world leaders in tourism. I would say be a constant learner. We've enjoyed success by doing certain things, and sometimes we like to stay with that strategy all the time. You know, people talk about, oh, Tobago was doing so well in 2005. We're not in 2005, right? So the things we did back then, they may not work now. So you really have to be in a constant I guess, state of learning and trying new things, and I guess taking risks. So in a nutshell, yeah, just have a thirst for knowledge, and not just knowledge like book, you know, knowledge in terms of connecting with people, because I learn a lot by going and talk to the villagers in Castara, you know, being with people on the ground. So the different facets or different means of learning. So yes, there are industry practices and best practices, but you know, you need to learn from the people who are on the ground, on the front line, what is happening, because you can get disconnected from the reality of what the destination is facing. So you kind of need to keep yourself grounded.
When I was younger, I always used to make macaroni and cheese, and I used to experiment with that as well, you know, put different ingredients inside of it to see how the flavor changes. There was a day my mom went to the grocery and she saw a chef in the grocery, and she walked up to him and she started a conversation with him. And she told him, you know, my son, he really loves food and he wants to be a chef. So he was like, okay, well, tell him to come down to the hotel tomorrow. This was Blue Haven Hotel. So, you know, she came home all excited and she was like, hey, you know, I met a chef. I told him that you want to be a chef. So instead of sitting down home doing nothing, he said to come to the hotel tomorrow for a job. So I was like, all right, cool. That sounds good, you know. I'll get to expand on my macaroni and cheese knowledge, you know. I will get an idea of new ingredients to put in my mac and cheese. So I was like, yeah, all right, let me go. There are so much memorable moments that I could mention. I was the captain of the culinary team, and we won the collegiate DECA competition. It's an international competition with different cooking schools all around the world, and we won 2 years in a row. To this day, we are the only team, right, coming out of Johnson and Wales, in every Johnson and Wales campus that has ever done that 2 years in a row. So we still hold the record, we still hold the title for that. And our picture is actually in the school in a glass case in the campus. So it's so that aspect. Then this journey has afforded me the opportunity to cook for a lot of celebrities, you know. So I've cooked for, and this is from my personal chefing business, I've cooked for Ludacris, Fantasia, Neo, Anthony Hamilton, Taurus Riley, Congens, Marshall. I actually used to be the personal chef while I was living in Florida for a guy called Elvis Dumaville. He was actually, he used to play football, American football, for the Baltimore Ravens. So you could go there. I've cooked for millionaires and billionaires. In terms of challenging moments, I had so many challenging moments on this journey that I am still on. Could go back once again to Johnson and Wales in terms of, you know, me going to school, the exchange rate coming from Trinidad and Tobago, you know, the exchange rate to the US dollar 6-1, and you know, my mom was already paying my tuition, so I told her not to send any money for me. So besides with my school work and in all these clubs, I was the vice president of the Caribbean Students Association. I was in charge of the ACF in school as the American Chef Association. I was in another group called Men of Distinction. So besides juggling all these extracurricular activities, plus for school, I had to work under the table to have money to live. So, you know, that was really challenging. There were days that I was down to like dollars. like literally dollars, have $2-3 in my name, and I had to find a way to survive. But I used to, say my prayers and whatever, and something always used to come along. Somebody always used to come with a job, and I don't know, like it just always worked out.
Okay, great. So now we'll move ahead to my other team members who present to you different careers in the tourism, hospitality, culinary arts, and food and beverage industries. Sophia, or is it Shadi?
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shadi Lewis, and today I will present to you about careers in tourism. My name is Shadi Lewis, as I said before, and I am a marketing officer with PHI. I work in the marketing department, and I am responsible for quality management and research. One thing I would like to say is that the tourism industry is very exciting. There are a lot of careers, a lot of opportunities that you could do in the tourism industry. In the tourism industry, you could explore different destinations. You could learn a lot about the culture and history of different countries. You could also learn a lot about product development and marketing. So these are some of the careers in tourism that you could do. You could be a marketing executive, so you could be responsible for marketing any tourism product in a destination. And also you could be responsible for marketing the tourism industry of the country. You could be a tourism product manager, so you could be responsible for managing a tourism product. A tourism product could be from anything from a botanical gardens to basically anything that the destination markets as a product to the tourists. An airline and a hotel, you could work in airline and hotel marketing, and with that you could be responsible for marketing the airline or the hotel. So yeah, another job you could have is to be a travel writer or blogger. A lot of travel persons who travel, a lot of tourists document their travels, so they might have blogs in which they say 5 things to do when they come to Tobago. So that's an example. Travel bloggers, you see YouTube, a lot of tourists document their travels. So there's a rise in travel bloggers and virtual reality tourism. That is, as you see, Tourism Ireland, they have a booth and the glasses, and from there you could see Ireland basically in virtual reality setting.
Great, thank you very much, Shade. My name is Sophia Bolhan, and I am the Marketing and Communications Manager at the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute. And what that simply means is I am responsible for all the functions that relate to marketing the organization, as well as communications, whether that communication is happening internally within the organization or whether we're communicating with the general public or interested students such as yourselves. And within my department, we manage the website, which we'll share with you shortly, our social media, all the brochures and information that we use, amongst other things. We're also responsible for events that happen associated with the institution, as well as fundraising and relating to sponsors, for example. So I'll give you some idea of what it is that we do in the marketing department at THTI. Now, in terms of hospitality, you'll hear this term hospitality. It's a really big umbrella term, and it comes from the word to host. And all of us will be familiar. You've had visitors come and visit your home, or you've gone to visit a place. When somebody receives you as a guest, and that process of hosting you really defines the hospitality industry. So that will give you an idea how big this industry is. Whether that hosting is happening in a restaurant, which is the food industry, or it's happening in a hotel, or it's happening in a recreational area, or you may go, for example, to a zoo, or you travel to faraway places like Disneyland. All that is part of the hospitality industry. As long as you're hosting somebody or providing that service to a host, then you're part of the hospitality industry. So it is really, between hospitality and tourism, it is one of the largest employers in the world. So a lot of people work in this sector. One of the more common areas of opportunities you could look at when you study hospitality is event management. And event management is a very big area. You know, be some of the more familiar events that you might know might be concerts, or it might be weddings. But there are also other areas within events you may not have thought about, like business conferences. People travel for religious reasons, for example. So there are many different types of events that you could get skills for and operate in that area. You could also work in the sales and marketing. All hospitality establishments, they need somebody to help them with the sales and marketing. So if you have an interest in talking to people, or you have a talent in producing, marketing materials, you definitely can find yourself an interest or a passion in this area. Hotel manager or a manager of hospitality organization is another opportunity. As well as food and beverage manager. You could manage that section for from a hotel to even hospitals have food and beverage sections, because they too are providing that service, even though it's within the hospital environment. Now, this sector is extremely exciting because it is always changing. And the reason why it's changing is because everybody is looking for a way to be entertained or to be hosted somewhere. That's how we spend our leisure time. So a lot of changes are happening in this sector. Even right now, when we don't have travel, people are still looking for ways to entertain themselves. From the time you go on social media and you're looking at, a property in a place where you'd like to stay or somewhere you want to travel, you're looking at their maps, you might go on their website, download a brochure, look at their pictures, you can book online. So there are many, many things that are happening digitally that really support this industry. And when you're in this industry, you can play that role of how you can help your hospitality employer or your own business use technology to really get to customers. So we'll play you a couple of videos just to show you how technology is changing the industry. So play the first video now.
Wake me up at 6:15 a.m.
No longer will Marriott guests have to get out of bed or pick up the phone. They'll be able to ask Alexa to turn the lights off, change the channel, recommend restaurants nearby, or even order room service. This summer, Marriott will be implementing the Amazon Echo device in 10 hotels. With every high-tech integration, concerns over privacy are brought up. That's why Amazon came out to say the data collected by guests' requests will be deleted daily. And Marriott says those who don't want an Echo device in their room can ask to have it be removed. Hilton has what they call Connected Room, a way for guests to control everything from their mobile device through an app, controlling everything from TV channels, room temperature, and lights. Josh Weiss, Vice President of Guest Technology at Hilton, says it's a way for guests to customize their stay.
On the wall here we have examples of screens that could be showing preloaded pictures of your family or of your favorite leisure activities, so that room really comes to life as your space when you're in it. And then, of course, when it's time for you to check out, it all clears out and the next guest can have it be their way.
We loaded up. Last year at Rising Star Resort, just outside Las Vegas, they debuted a robot concierge, and I got to go there to check it out.
Your delivery has arrived. Our robot is waiting outside your door for you to pick it up.
Bringing guests amenities at all hours of the day and night. The delivery robot named Relay was created by the San Jose tech company Savvy Oak and was designed to operate elevators, navigate crowds, and speak to guests.
It is definitely a unique experience to be working at a facility that offers this to guests as a means of guest services.
So far, over 70 hotels have the Relay robot. Technology is truly changing the hotel experience. For the Now, I'm Annie Taylor.
So thank you, Sade. And now we'll play you a second video again, just to show you how technology such as robotics is changing this industry.
Hi, Connie.
How may I help you? I am Hilton's newest concierge in training, thanks to a pilot project between Hilton and IBM.
Hospitality is a really interesting use case for Watson because inevitably you have people who need information. They need to find a restaurant, they need to find a park, they need to get directions.
We operate in a very crowded industry. So innovation is key. Innovation has to help solve problems operationally. Innovation has to help our customers. It's an opportunity to really delight customers in ways that they don't expect.
We're really excited about.
So thank you so much. So that will give you just a few examples of what is happening and changing the hospitality industry. So I'll now hand you over to my colleague for the next career.
Thank you so much, Safia. So again, my name is Keisha George, and my role within the marketing department at THCI involves interacting on the social media platforms and assisting with projects like these, virtual career fairs, different events that we would have, and basically supporting the other marketing officers with their roles and tasks, in addition to doing research projects, right? Today, I would be presenting to you careers in culinary arts. Now, when we think about culinary arts, the first and foremost career that we would think about is an executive chef. Everyone knows the executive chef is the prime position that persons who are passionate about culinary arts would like to achieve. Now, this executive chef is usually responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of a restaurant. They would be responsible for just ensuring quality and consistency in the meals that are provided through that restaurant. But in the wake of this pandemic, we now have to explore careers that you would be able to do remotely or in isolation or having less contact with persons. So we would consider careers like food writers or critics. This career would make you responsible for tasting meals and being able to critically analyze them and create articles that would allow you to paint a picture for the reader and allow them to know whether or not they'd like to try this food or just to boost, and it may be used as a marketing tool for restaurants as well. We also have a food photographer. This is a career where you would be responsible, obviously, for taking pictures of meals, but you would also be working with the food stylist. So you would get your right angles, the right lighting. You would have knowledge of how the food is supposed to be plated to be most appetizing to your end customer. Artisan food producers. These producers focus mainly on perfecting a product or a meal. So they would perfect the product or meal and then package it to have it sold retail or wholesale. So that's their main task. We have the food stylist, as I mentioned before. This person would be responsible for the aesthetics concerning food. So how it's plated, how it's presented, that sort of thing. We have a food technologist. These persons would usually work with corporations. So the corporations that produce different gourmet meals or TV dinners, or even snacks, they would be responsible for creating new flavors and different things that would boost the corporation that they're working for, boost sales, and allow them to introduce something to the markets that will be palatable. We also have one of the newest careers, which would be a ghost kitchen. This allows persons who are passionate about cooking but may be hindered by certain restrictions to still be able to produce their meals. So ghost kitchens, would be where you forsake the traditional physical restaurants. You'll still offer your meals online. You'll offer your menus online. you market online, and then you deliver your meals to all interested persons. So you won't have to necessarily be there physically every single day, but you get to choose whenever you'll be able to do something like that. Next, we'll move on to the other slide in food and beverage. The first career that we have is a food and beverage cost controller. This person would work hand in hand with a restaurant manager and help them to determine the most cost-effective way of purchasing stock, the best suppliers, ensure quality control, and ensure that they issue stock at the correct time, and basically ensure the smooth operations of the stock and the quality. We have a restaurant manager, as I mentioned before. They are responsible for the day-to-day runnings of a restaurant, the day-to-day operations. So they would work with the executive chef as well as the food and beverage cost controller to ensure efficient services executed throughout the restaurant. Sports nutritionists would focus mainly on the benefits and the scientific aspect when it comes to nutrition and food. So they would work with athletes and create diet plans, and that sort of exciting aspect of it. Then we have finally the bartender. The bartenders are responsible for creating new cocktails, creating beverages that we would use to explore our palate. So we all like to see the fancy cocktails, and the bartenders would be responsible for creating those for us. This would have brought us to the end of the presentation on careers in the tourism, hospitality, and food and beverage industry. On screen, you will be able to see our social media pages. You can visit our website for more information. It's www.thti.edu.tt. On Facebook, you can visit our page at Real Tobago THTI. On Instagram, you can follow us at THTI_Tobago. And if you need any information, you can also email us at info@thti.edu.tt. If all else fails, you can call us for clarification of any details at 660-2196 or 303-5153. That's the end of our presentation for now. We want to say thank you for having us and open the floor for any questions that you may have.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say is excellent presentation, and even in terms of probably comments coming in, particularly with the chef, you guys got us very hungry. So right, I wish I could be in Tobago right now, even given everything in terms of the lovely beaches. And we know that Tobago is known for tourism, and even in terms of the different meals and different things like that. So even as our questions are coming in, the first question, which I think is a given question, how has COVID affected your campus?
Safia?
Okay, I'll take that. Yes. So yes, we have been impacted, but in many ways we've adjusted really well. So immediately after the breakout of COVID, we moved all our theory courses online. So what we have right now is like a blended environment. So all the theory courses that don't need a practical element, the students are learning online. For the ones that are heavy on practical, such as culinary arts courses, we bring the students in manageable groups on campus with the chef lecturers or with the food and beverage lecturers, so they can actually have the practical elements. But otherwise, we have been operating since the beginning of COVID, and we are open and accepting students.
Excellent, excellent. So students could still pursue their love and their passion. Next question, are there more males or females getting into the field of tourism and hospitality?
Okay, I don't have those statistics handy, but I want to say the trends is probably similar to many of the colleges. And that is, we're seeing a trend in which there are more females than males entering higher education. But of course, traditionally, culinary arts, particularly chefs, tends to be a male-dominated industry, but we're seeing a lot of females breaking into that executive chef category. But really, we have students of all genders across all these programs.
Excellent, excellent. And when it comes to applying, could you walk us through our students through the qualifications and also the process of applying to your institute?
Yes, we can. You can apply directly from our website, which is, I'll just ask that we move the slide back. You just go to our website, thti.edu.tt. It's a very easy to navigate website. You'll be able to go through and see all the different associate degree programs that we offer, including the short courses, and you can apply directly from our website. So you don't even need to leave your home. Easy online application. You can scan and send in your documentation, and we'll be able to review that. What are the requirements? To get into the associate degree program, you need 5 CXCs, including math and English. If you only have 4 CXCs, you can also come in if you have at least 1 year work experience in the industry. Now, if you do not have all your CXCs and you're really keen and passionate about this industry, we do have what we call the THTI PATH program. The PATH program is like a transition program to allow a student who does not have the math and English to come in for a semester in which you will do a math and English courses in addition to some other courses as well. And then in the second semester, you would just join in the associate degree program. So those are the requirements. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything that may have left out.
Okay, thank you so very much for that. One student is asking, what would you say to someone who does not think that a career or pursuing a career in culinary and tourism is important? What would you say to someone like that?
Okay, what I would say is if you just think about your day-to-day lives, right? How much of our lives are dependent on food and entertainment, I think immediately you will see that there will always be relevance in terms of career opportunities. And even now in times of COVID, people have become extremely creative. You may not be able to travel to China right now, but all kinds of travel solutions are coming up. There are people walking in cities, recording themselves as they're walking in a different city and loading up those, when you can do city tours sitting from here. And those people are having lucrative careers. If you want to go into the food business, culinary arts, again, so much innovation happening with people spending more time at home, people are ordering in, people are cooking more at home. There are companies that have set up, for example, some of you may be familiar with Blue Apron, right? They send you a box, it has all your ingredients, and you could be like a chef at home. So when you have training in culinary arts, you can apply it in many, many different ways. You can, from cooking, you know, as Keisha mentioned earlier, to becoming a food stylist. From social media, photography, videography is so popular right now. There are so many food photographers that are very, very successful in their career. They took their interest in culinary arts and they turned it into a career digitally, producing beautiful food and food photography for many of the companies that need to attract people on their social media sites. So I hope that answered the questions, but we welcome more questions.
I think that's an excellent answer in terms of everything. And I think even now, given everything, just as you would have mentioned, if it is you could get into any career right now, it would be culinary arts, just as you would have mentioned, right? What would you say, or what advice would you give to someone who wants to study culinary arts and get into their own business?
Okay, many of our graduates have actually started their own businesses. So if you're interested in becoming a business owner, whether it's in culinary arts or any one of the degrees, then I would definitely encourage you, because if for example, here in Tobago, we can point to a number of establishments. When you go in, they're actually, graduates of THTI. Many times we even have people who already started their business, and then they've decided to come to THTI to get those extra skills that they need in order to take their business to the next level. So entrepreneurship, starting your own business is a very, very viable option for you if you're studying culinary arts. And even for people who, if you want to take a short course, we also have those. We also teach a lot of business skills. So I want you to recognize that you're not just learning skills about the culinary itself, you're learning business skills as well. You learn about costing, about accounting, about marketing, so you get a well-rounded training that will help you understand how to operate your business. So not just to work for somebody else, but if you decided to start your own business in culinary arts.
Okay, and I believe our last question, what advice, because you guys would have known in Trinidad and Tobago, our institute would have been closed. What advice would you give to someone who wants to come from Trinidad to study at your institute, where it comes to accommodation and different things like that?
If you haven't had a chance to visit Tobago, then I definitely encourage you when, health and safety, when things are looking better thing. But I want to encourage anybody who's interested in studying to consider Tobago. Tobago is a beautiful island. And I think we have a lot of students from Trinidad over the years who've studied here and have loved the experience in Tobago. It's a safe place, it's, friendly. So you can definitely look at Tobago as an experience that you will love. We have a lot of recreational activities. We're not just posting, in terms of our beaches, but there are also a lot of other recreational activities and festivities that happen in Tobago. Now, we do not have accommodation on campus, but many of our students have lived within the communities in Tobago. So there are accommodation options within the Isle of Tobago. And we also have a bus service. So wherever you live in Tobago, we have a shuttle bus that will pick you up from Scarborough, which is the town center, and bring you to campus. And that operates during all the class times. So there is transportation as well to bring you into the campus itself. So it's very, very accessible, and we would love to welcome you to Tobago.
Excellent. And just one more question. I'm not sure if it would have been mentioned before, but how long does it take to study a degree in culinary arts? And do you guys offer it full-time, part-time?
Okay, Shadia, could you take that question?
A degree in culinary arts usually takes 2 years full-time, 3 years part-time. So yeah, that's usually how long an associate degree in culinary arts usually takes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I believe that's it for our questions so far. But what I would like to do at this time is to invite each and every one of you just to share a last word, even as we close off and we say goodbye to you guys. What last words would you give to our students?
Can I go first?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my final words to the students would just be to encourage them to get creative and innovative, because challenges like this pandemic would encourage us to become creative individuals and develop careers and things that become passionate about things that we aren't usually passionate about. So that person that would have asked about if what would you say to someone that's not interested in the hospitality or culinary arts? As Sophia rightly said, everything that you do on a daily basis, some role or function will be played by someone involved in the tourism, hospitality, or culinary arts industry. So if it's something that you're passionate about, consider coming over to Tobago. Accommodation will work itself out and the experience will be great.
I would say come to THI to basically develop your skills. All the industries all the associate degree programs that THI offers are truly global. So the tourism industry could work anywhere in the world. So a lot of countries have their own tourism industry. And with culinary arts, you could travel the world. With the hospitality, you can work at hotels in different countries. So all I would say is that come to THI. The careers and the associate degrees we offer are unlike any other institute. So I would definitely say come to THI because it will be truly like a global experience.
Okay, the final word that I just want to encourage all the students who are interested is that our degree programs are fully accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. It means that our qualifications are recognizable worldwide. It also means that after 2 years of study, you can then transition to a university and do just another 2 years and you'll have a bachelor's degree, right? And those partners include UWI, as well as some of the universities you'd have heard like Johnson and Wales and other international partners we have. So it's really a great gateway for you to get started, do your 2 years here, and then just another additional 2 years and you're on your way to a bachelor's degree as well, if that's the path you want to go. So thank you very much for listening to our presentation.
Thank you so very much for a very excellent and informative presentation. And if I may say so, mouth-watering as well. So thank you so very much to each and every one of you again on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Guidance Units in Patrick District. Thank you so very much for taking the time to present to our students. And we want to wish you guys an enjoyable and also restful evening.
Thank you again for having us.
Thank you very much again. Okay, so at this time, we would invite our tech team to play one more motivational video as we transition to our last presenter for the day.
The hope that the past could be any different. I think for myself, and I know many of you, you think forgiving means accepting what has happened to you. Well, it is accepting that it has happened to you. Not accepting that it was okay for it to happen. It is accepting that it has happened, and now what do I do about it? Forgiving is giving up the hope, not holding on, hoping, wishing that it could have been any other way than it actually was. Giving up the hope that the past could be any different. And when I got that, I think it took me to the next level of being a better person, because I don't hold grudges for anything or any situation. And neither should you. It's letting go so that the past does not hold you prisoner, does not hold you hostage.
Yes, that's the story of two monks on a pilgrimage, and they come across, in a village, they come across a young 17-year-old girl with a long kimono trying to cross a very muddy road, but she's not daring to step into the mud. So one monk picks her up, carries her across the road through the mud, puts her down, and so the monks walk on in silence for another 4 or 5 hours, just practicing noble silence. And then after 4 or 5 hours, they're getting close to their destination. One monk says to the monk who had picked up the girl, oh, you know, you shouldn't have done that because we monks are not supposed even to touch women. So you shouldn't have picked up that girl. You're not supposed to do that. And the other monk says, oh, are you still carrying that girl? I put her down hours ago. So the other monk was still carrying the girl, the event, in his head.
4 hours later.
And for 4 hours, he was walking with this burden.
Yes, right.
And that shows the reluctance of the human mind to let go of the past.
It's easy to blame those that have wronged us for just about everything that is wrong with our life. If it wasn't for them, I would be happier. If it wasn't for them, I would have more money. If they didn't do this, I would be where I want to be. Most people get so caught up in blaming, they continue to blame and sabotage their own life long after the person is gone from their life. Most people hold on to the blame because it's easier than moving on.
Those who take responsibility for their life and are wanting to move on and put the past behind them are much more likely to gain freedom, success, and happiness. Now, this does not mean there aren't horrible people in the world that have done wrong by others. It is not condoning others' behavior. It is taking back the power they have from you when you are the one suffering long after they are gone. Who wins if you keep blaming them? Who wins if you move on, forget about them, and create the best life and success you could ever imagine? Who wins if you move on? Who wins if you forget about them?
Take back your power. Blame them for what they have done, but don't blame them for what you haven't done. Blame them for what they've done, but bless them for making you stronger, for making you better, for showing you exactly what you don't want. You can blame the world for bringing them into your life, but then get grateful for all the lessons it taught you, all the strength it gave you. Know in your heart, if they knew better, they would do better.
How good does it feel to take that baggage off your shoulders, to focus on building your future? What a blessing. Let go. Move forward. Never look back.
The best revenge is not taking any revenge. It is simply moving on with your life, creating the best version of yourself.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, RSC Tech team, who has been with us throughout the day doing a tremendous job. At this time, we are having our last presenter, and they are coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Child Protection Unit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And welcome and thank you for being with us this afternoon, as well as our students. So you guys will be presenting to our Form 3 students.
Yes.
So I am going to turn over to you. I'm not sure the name that I have is WPC
So
Lashley.
yes, WPC Ren Lashley. And we have
Nice to meet
Sergeant
you.
George, who's right next to me right here. Right.
Welcome.
So we are asking that we share the screen.
Not a problem.
Okay. going to start.
Slideshow, this one.
This process, and then we're gonna. Right. So good afternoon, everyone. We are officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and we are part of the Child Protection Unit. Good afternoon again. I am 18570 WPCUN Ashley.
Hi, and I'm 14674 Woman Sergeant George.
Okay, so the theme for today is Dream It, Believe It, Make It Happen. All right, so we have primary school, we have secondary school, and then my career, which is a police officer. I just wanted to show you all the 3 stages. So in our introduction, we have our very own Commissioner of Police, Mr. Gary Griffith. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is both a civil and paramilitary body which functions in accordance with the Police Service Act 1501. Over 6,500 police officers in varying ranks and special reserve police support the mandate of the service. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is organized into 9 divisions and 18 branches, squads, and units.
So part of the 18 squads and the units, actually it's more than 18. We have sections like the community police, we have police complaints, we have special branch, and I'm sure if you all would look, if you look at the news, you would see there are men just really professionally in black jackets and stuff. They're the special branch, and they're the ones that actually, you know, have the security for the prime minister, the president, the judges. They do an awesome job at escorting and keeping our members of parliament safe. So in case you want to be part of the police service, you can also go into something like that. We have IT unit. Besides all what you're seeing on the screen now, we have the IT unit. We have us with the child protection unit. We have gender-based violence unit. We have a whole lot of other units that may not be here today. But the thing is, we are diverse. The TTPS is so diverse that I'm sure you can find your niche somewhere. And also there's the police van. Now, if you like music, perfect place to be. Just imagine.
We just all like boy.
If you like to play music, you could actually get paid for playing music. You like to deal with dogs and handle dogs and be there where your dogs can go and search and sniff out our drugs or ammunition, you can get paid for that. You want to be on a horse and you have the stamina and the fitness level that it requires, you can be on a horse and you're getting paid for that. Awesome job. So, you know, we have that. And one of our mandates in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, of course, is to maintain law and order. We also have the prevention and detection of crime, and of course, the prosecution of offenders. So once we do our part, which is investigate crime, then our goal is actually to put them before the court, which is to prosecute them.
Okay, so Superintendent Guy Allen, Claire Guy Allen, is in charge of both the Child Protection Unit and gender-based violence. All right. The Child Protection Unit was established in 2015, and we are mandated to ensure that the nation's children are safe, secure, and well protected as they are the future. Yes, we are getting old. We are guided by the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, mainly the Children's Act 12 of 2012. Gender-based violence is mandated to assist both adults and minors and can be found in the 9 divisions, just like the Child Protection Unit. We have a PTA of Inspector Nutt. He's in charge of the Southwestern Division. The role of officers within the Child Protection Unit are to receive reports. Now, we receive reports. So if something happened to you relative to being of a sexual nature, you go to any police station within any one of the divisions and make an official report. Make sure and get a receipt. And then that message comes to us. We will conduct interviews, record statements, even photograph the scene. And then we submit a file and receive instructions. There, the person will be charged for the offense. Okay, we also attend court, we visit schools as well. Just like community police, we go into school and hold lectures and talk to the children to find out what is going on in their homes and in their lives.
And with that being said, what is the definition of a child? You can ask questions if you want. You can type in your questions and the moderator will give us the questions as we go forward, yes? A child, according to the Children's Act 2012 of 2012 and the law of Trinidad and Tobago, a child means a person under the age of 18. So guess what? You are all children. So that means you must listen to the adults who have awesome supervision of you. Listen to your teachers, your guidance officers, listen to your parents, yeah? So, because we are from Child Protection Unit, we deal with a lot of sexual offenses that pertain to children. And we also deal with physical abuse. We also deal with emotional abuse and a whole array. So if you have time, or when you get time, actually, you should go online and look for the Children's Act 12 of 2012, and you will see the entire listing of the offenses that affect you all as children, in which we take part in which we investigate. So we just listed a few for you all. These are the ones that actually jump at us that we usually deal with on a daily basis. Sexual penetration. What is sexual penetration? Sexual penetration is the penetration from an object or a male or female genital area, a finger, as I said, an object, anything that they actually put into the orifice or opening of a child. So yeah, I know some of them might be squirming and balling or gid. So that could be, of course, your vagina, your anus, your nose, your ears, and of course your mouth. So as I'm saying, is anything that is put in there, or if you put anything on an adult or somebody of your age. It does not only mean it has to be an adult. Sometimes somebody who's just 2 years older than you would actually penetrate you, and that is against the law, because as a child, as we said before, a child is under the age of 18 and you cannot know how give consent. So if anything is going on, then you need to stop it. Yeah, we also have an offense called sexual touching. Now, this is just the touching of a body part. So they are not supposed to touch you. There's good touch, bad touch. Yes, so that means nobody is supposed to touch you inappropriately without your permission. And then you cannot give permission to somebody to touch you there unless that person is a medical doctor for a particular reason and you have a problem. So if an adult or even somebody 2 years and older, or even somebody your same age comes to touch you inappropriately and you feel in a particular way, you should report it on a responsible adult or somebody who's supervising you, and then that report will come to us. So that is against the law, sexual touching.
The squeezing of the butt, the squeezing of the breast, passing the hand about the body, all those things are sexual touching.
Sexual in nature, so that's a no-no. Causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual acts. So that is somebody encouraging you to do something in a sexual manner that is against the law, right? They're not supposed to cause you. They can cause you because of threat. They may threaten you that I will tell your mother, or I'll go beat you, or I will do something like that. Or they may entice you, like they may promise you stuff to do something in a sexual nature that is against the law, and that is an offense. There's a next offense called causing a child to watch a sexual act. That is pornography. They, to have some adults or even your peers might want you to watch porn. That is against the law. Or they might want you to watch them performing on somebody else. That is also against the law. At no time is anybody supposed to force you to watch anything of a sexual or nude nature. That is not right. And sometimes people like to send messages or send videos of people having sex. That is against the law. That is pornography, and that's an offense. And we also deal with pornography. And then, of course, we have meeting a child following grooming. What is grooming? Grooming is basically where someone, male or female, don't forget this is male or female, don't assume it's only men do offenses, male or female, where this person is enticing you, telling you look good, telling you look handsome, you're beautiful, or you're going to grow up to be a sexy young lady, let me buy this for you. And they will give you money, or they will give you a toy, or they will give you phone or phones. They're giving you things to eat, they're giving you sneakers, the backpack, and then this new bag that came out that these young ladies wearing.
Give you some lyrics.
They're giving you even money to buy weave, braids, whatever it is, and they're giving you, they're sending all sorts of messages for you. But in the long run, the whole thing is for you to trust that person, and then they will lure you invite you out, and then they will take advantage of you. That is a no-no. So anything like that is actually going on now, and you want to know, well, why is this person doing me this? Tell your parents. Now, it does not have to just be strangers. Sometimes it's actually persons that you know, an uncle, a neighbor, a friend, an adult.
Family friend.
Family friend. It could even be a stepfather, stepmother. As I said, it's either male or female. So you tell them, tell somebody, and we will deal with it. So that's just a very few offenses that we deal with. There are many others that we deal with. So you can take a look when you get time.
Okay, so we're going to go over the rights of a child. Now, yes, we agree that the all children have rights. They have a right to an education. They have a right to be safe. They have a right to play. They have a right to be heard, a right to affection, love, and understanding, a right to be protected against any form of neglect, cruelty, or exploitation, a right to medical care. But a child is also responsible for the way they behave. All right, we have too much of children neglecting their responsibility in how they address their parents, how they deal with their teachers, how they deal with people of high authority, the adults. We have too much of children just stepping out of it a bit, right? So we are both Christians, and God's law says it clearly what children ought to do. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Check it out in the Bible, Ephesians 6:1. Honor your father and your mother so that your days may be long. Exodus 20:12, right? It's better to obey than to sacrifice. And we are also asking that you all be kind to one another. What you don't like for yourself, don't do it to your peers. Don't encourage your peers to get involved in sexual activity or go out and meet someone, or encourage them to be a part of something that is illegal, maybe even stealing or doing something that is wrong. We have to be kind. What you don't like for yourself, please don't make anybody else get those kind of treatment, okay? There are a lot of negativity that surrounds children. Now, the main one is peer pressure. I just spoke about that, where your friend encourages you to do wrong things, to steal, right? One of the main things we have stealing, we have bullying, cyberbullying, okay? Where you put up pictures or videos and you put your friend picture, you understand, because they don't like she and you don't like he. You understand? We have anxiety. Now, anxiety is a very serious thing. No child should have to deal with such a thing where you feel that you have no way out of a given situation. Talk about it. Find somebody to tell. Tell your mommy, tell somebody, tell a friend, so that you can get the assistance that you need. We have social services that would assist you. Depression is a major thing. You know, we have young people who, because they didn't do well in school, they want to kill themselves and all these different things. So please utilize the different bodies that will help. Call the Child Protection Unit, social services, talk to your guidance officer, talk to somebody, talk to a good friend, all right? Relative to physical abuse, I know people will say, you know, it's my child, I could correct them. I agree with that, because sometimes young people, be real, don't like to wash the wares, they don't like to clean the house, they like to make up their bed. Oh gosh, you're killing me, it's too much. You see how much wares in that sink? I didn't use all that wares. Please. I see no issue, because I'm a mother. I see no issue with a parent correcting a child, but there is a level that we must stop at. We don't want to hear you hit the child with a pot. We don't want to hear that you pelt the child with a cup and it break. We don't want to hear that the child had to duck. You understand? We don't want to hear that you beat the child so much that the skin cut up. Those things are cruelty, and that is one of our offenses, cruelty to a child, whether it be teacher, lawyer, best friend, anybody. A child is a child, and you are deemed so until you turn the age of 18. I'm not saying it's right, because then gender base is going to kick in, where somebody could, where you feel that somebody will slap somebody or be mean to them and get away with it. No, we have our superintendent who's also in charge of gender-based violence, is going to deal with that on that level. We also have teenage pregnancy. Too much. Oh my God, too much. Please wait. Complete your education. Life is not running away. Take your time. Okay, we have fellas making promises to young ladies that it's not going to hold out for long. You know how much fat in an Infamil? You know how much fat in a Similac? All those things, Pampers, and then you didn't finish school, So you don't have an education to get a proper job to see about that child. And then it's a whole statistics going over and over and over again. It's like a cycle. So we want that cycle to cease. We want you all to finish school. Education is free. In some countries, they are not educated. So we are kindly asking that you finish school. It's free in Trinidad and Tobago. There's lack of love in homes. Okay, yes. There's some parents who don't hug up their children and say, baby, I love you. Or say, how are you doing school today? You know, we may have a session with parents so that to be able to show affection at some point in time. But at the same time too, you have a roof over your head. You're getting food, right? You're getting the things that you need to survive, your basic needs. So you try it. You try and go and hug up your mommy. Mommy, I love you. Wash the wares, make up your bed, sweep the living room. All these things I want you to start to do to encourage your mommy that I'm there with you. Yes, we have poverty. Okay, we have poverty. Oh God, it had a time in my life. I could tell you about my lifetime. I see the 15th of a month. I know it's cheese space, right? I know it's cheese, and guess what? It kill me. I'm here sitting talking to you. All right. So we have to understand that we will go through some downtimes, and this is not a good enough reason. This is not a good enough reason to go out there to get somebody to, you know, provide these things to me. My man, you tell him, my man will go give me some of all the very good disrespectful. So we want you all to stop that. We want you all to accept, work with what you have. Until that time, when you could buy a Porsche, a Lexus, a BMW, I want to see you almost wave WPC last year, wave Sergeant George, when you all do excellent in your lives, okay? And I'm sure that there are many other negativity that surrounds you all. So you all could ask us questions about it. You can ask for assistance. Don't be afraid and don't be ashamed.
So that brings us now to a growing trend, a very negative growing trend in Trinidad and Tobago, which is missing persons. These are just some of the pictures that we would have pulled out and they ended in death, right? So what we are saying is a missing person is anyone whose whereabouts is unknown, whatever the circumstance of the disappearance. So that is you as a child leaving your home without telling your parents, so a person in authority, somebody who has responsibility for you, even in school. Sometimes we have reports where children left to go to school. They went to school because they signed in the register, the form teacher saw them, and then after they just disappeared. They never went back home. And most of the times, it's generally because somebody going to meet a boyfriend or somebody going to meet a girlfriend or they just break beach, as they say. Yeah. So the thing is, though, those things are worrying. Now, they are the most serious ones where maybe the person would have gotten kidnapped, which is what we do not want. Yes. And it may end up in a ransom being paid. So that is anti-kidnapping, where anti-kidnapping comes in. So that's what I'm telling you. It's a holistic approach within the TTPS. We have so many sections. And then there's sometimes, unfortunately, may end in death. But I want you know, you all are in the middle. This is where you all have to choose your careers, right? Think about it. When you leave home, because let's say because it's COVID right now, so you think you're locked down. Mommy don't want you to go anywhere. The Prime Minister doesn't want you to go anywhere, but it's for a reason, yes? And you decide, you know what? I'm gonna run away. I go down by the river and meet them fellas and them. And something unfortunately happens to you. You are leaving your parent in such a predicament. They don't know what happened to you. Put yourself in that person's shoes. They worry. They don't know what happened to you. They don't know if somebody killed you. They don't know if somebody take you and going to do you all sorts of things. Now, people also take people, they kidnap them and they rape them. You don't want to be a statistic like that. True. So be very mindful, be very careful, because you all are going to be parents one day and you don't want your child running away from home. And then they come up with all sorts of silly reasons as to why they ran away.
But the attitude, don't forget the attitude part.
Exactly. Now, don't forget, when you run away, it's a whole lot of units. It's not just one unit, it's not just child protection unit. It involves anti-kidnap, it involves the station district, it involves gender-based at times, it involves IATF, that is a task force that we have. Everybody's looking for you because you notice they're putting pictures up now on Facebook, right? So the entire country, and because Facebook is a worldwide thing, knows that Jane Doe missing, right? Or Amelia missing, or Nadine, everybody now knows that you are a runaway child, boy or girl. So be careful. You don't want that kind of embarrassment either.
Shame thing.
You don't want that, right? So we're just trying to let you know, be very mindful. If you want to go something, leave a message, leave a text. And not only that, the reason you want to run away is because the parent told you no. I am perfectly sure. So just be obedient. You're going to be 18 very, very soon. Just remember, child is under the age of 18. Very soon you are going to be 18. The time is going to fly, and then you can go and do whatever you like. Right, so these are just some numbers. As we said before, we are in 9 divisions. We have a secretariat which is located in Port of Spain. They deal most of our correspondence and clerical work. We have Southwestern Division, in which we are based in. We have Central Division, Northern Division, Eastern, Northeastern, Western, Tobago, Port of Spain, and of course, Southern. So we are everywhere. These are just some photos of the officers who are presently attached to the Southern and Southwestern. It's just to show you that, listen, we are not all the gruff and nitty-gritty and the ugly and the this and the that.
We swanky.
Besides that, because we have to deal with you, so we have this softer approach that we want to deal with children. And most officers who are in CPU have children, so we know what we are speaking about. We are here to help you, to help yourself, and we are here to protect you from the criminal elements that are outside here. Right, so I'm on to safety tips. I know this is also about safety. Use of cell phone and social media will tie in together. Of course, we know that's an issue right now. It's also a good, right? Good in that, in case any of you decide that you want to run away or you go missing or you are kidnapped, the police, we have a unit called the cybercrime, we can actually track and find out exactly where's your location in case something is wrong. That is a very good reason to have a cell phone and to have your location on. Yes, we also have the fact that, okay, let your parents know where you are at all times. Nothing is wrong with that. Mommy, you're going by the neighbor, but your mother needs to know who the neighbor is. You can't just say you're going by John Brown and your mother don't know who that person is.
Or you say you're going by Deborah and it's Ian.
So you have to be very, very careful. Whenever this COVID is relaxed and whenever it is that it has ended and you decide that you need to go, then we would suggest go out in groups. Do not go out by yourself because it's very dangerous now going out by yourself, right? Stay at home. When you're at home, lock your doors, lock your windows. I mean, your windows may be open because most of us would have burglar proof. Remember, we are saying don't allow strangers into your home. If your mommy said stay home, if your mommy said listen, Auntie Janet is coming, then only expect Auntie Janet. Don't let anybody just come. And if they do come, don't say mommy not home. Just say probably mommy's sleeping, because sometimes these predators are waiting and waiting to pounce on you if you say that nobody's home. They believe you're home alone and they may attempt to break into your home. Safety at school, that also ties in with bullying. It also ties in with peer pressure. So you have to be very safe at school. Know who's dropping you to school. Be safe in the school. Always have your, have a note, have a buddy system where nobody can beat you up at school. Try your best. Watch where you're walking down the stairs. All these things are part of safety. And the social media, which is the issue. When you go on social media, now we can't stop you from going on social media. It has its good and it has its bad. So we're going to really talk about the bad. Bad is that stop putting your naked pictures, your naked selves on social media. Stop sending pictures of persons, no matter who it is.
And videos.
It is never good. No matter what they tell you, they always keep a picture. And then if they happen to fall out with you, or get vexed with you,
they're going to share it with
everybody. They are going to
everybody.
share it with everybody. And then they may blackmail you. Those are how pictures can come out. Be very wary of persons who want to be your friends that you don't know anything about. When you look at Facebook, there's something called mutual friends. So if you look at it and you see there's no mutual friend, why is this person contacting you? Most likely that person is not an adult. They may be pretending to be an adult. Right? So it have cybercrime. Right now it's rampant. You can Google it and see what it exactly is, and you would see that that's what they do. There are a lot of pedophiles right now. Yes, so be very careful. And as we're saying, stop sending pornography. Somebody, please, if somebody sent you a naked picture, you delete it one time and tell them, hey, I do not want no part of that. So be very wary with social media. And so we come to almost the end. In terms of why would you want to join the police service?
Because it's awesome.
It's awesome. It's dynamic. It's a place, as I said before, as we both said before, there are so many units. You can become anything within the police service. And because you are in that age group where you have to choose your subjects, here are some of the requirements. You must have a valid driver's permit. You're too young for now, right, to have a driver's permit. But I'm just saying, you have to work towards a dream about that. You have to have an ID card. You have to have a birth certificate. You have to have 6 pictures. And guess what? And because you all are now going to choose your subject, because very soon, you have to have 5, count it, 5 CXC subjects, 5, 1, 2s, and 3s.
Yes.
So don't feel you could just come in here with a 3. You have to have 5. So you have to study, right? You have to study because this police service, you can start with this particular salary and then you end up all the way up here. There's so much potential for growth. And because as I said before, you can go into any unit. Look, there's a picture there with the dogs. You can do whatever you want to do. As I said, look at how cybercrime. If you love to be somebody on the internet and you know to work IT, there's an IT department. There's a cybercrime. There's a fraud squad department. There's right now we're doing things with linguistics, so people are actually learning Spanish and different languages. You also have the affordability of actually earning a degree within the police service. You know, so it's not going to stunt your growth. And from the time you come in and say, well, all I'm going to be is a police. No. And for those of you who may like motorbikes, fast bikes, you can come into the police service and ride a bike.
And who like nice thing, you can just buy more shoes. That's all.
Right? And now I want you to also know that not because you're saying Miss Ren Lashley and myself, we also have males. So we have a lot of males in the child protection unit, right? So that's basically in a nutshell. There's a lot more that we can actually say to you guys, but because of the time is short and we are almost the last person, we don't want to keep you guys. So are there any sort of questions?
Okay, so I want to thank you guys for that exciting presentation, given that it was the last presentation. I know that you guys tried to keep us alive and give us that energy, right? And we did feel that energy. So the questions are coming in. The first question, is the training process difficult?
Not really.
Not really.
We are female, and I am saying not really. At the time when we trained, we were actually 6 months living in there, and we had a lot of physical training, and it wasn't that hard. You know, you might feel, oh, I can't make it today, but we had a buddy. Somebody would say, come on, girl,
come on, you could do it. It's a bad mind thing. We doing this thing. We coming out together.
But the training has sort of changed where it's more academic, because of the fact that they're trying to change the face of the police, where they want us to be more friendly, more customer oriented, so that they do more academicals. But you could learn to march and walk properly now, left, right. You learn how to handle the firearms and
then 6 pack and
learn how to handle the firearms in an effective way and a safe way, so to have no accidental discharge, as sometimes you hear.
Yes.
So you learn all these
safety
things.
Safety
is important.
Is important.
Okay, good. So I think that answers the question. Next question. How do you deal with citizens who are disrespectful to you when you are just trying to do your job?
Well, Sergeant George keeps a nice smile on, and we are very stern. And I say, okay then, so let's start over. So we try to bring it back in. Woo! We do our sir, and we bring it back in, and we try to calm the situation as much as we can.
But what we actually do, we have been taught how to manage
how to
somebody
deal with
else,
the public.
how to deal with the public. So it does not make sense both of us are arguing and shouting. So if it is, let's say the customer is being disrespectful, as the person said, we will give you all the time to talk, and then you say, listen to me. I'm a police officer. I didn't speak to you like that. Can you calm your tone? So we always try to de-escalate the situation and cause them to be in a calm manner. However, if they continue, then they may be arrested and be charged.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Because I know, I mean to say, we are in the social media era where you see everything going on in terms of the police and different exchanges and that sort of stuff, right? So excellent answer. Okay, let me try to understand how the student phrased this question. Okay, I think the student is trying to ask, what would you say to a person that may be fearful to talk to the police? Given probably in the context of the child protection unit, what would you say to someone that may be fearful to talk to you guys?
Okay, well, firstly, we will talk to that person. We don't just rush in to take a statement, you know. We try to build a rapport with that person, give them that confidence and reassurance that we are here to assist. We are trained in that manner in how we deal with people. We try to make them feel comfortable. You know, we give them that space to breathe, you know, relax. I mean, we are here to reassure them then. So I think that works a lot for us.
And if they are truly fearful, then we will advise the person, you can't call in on the phone without giving your information. You can be an anonymous caller. We also have a unit, well, a body called not victim and witness, Children's Authority. Their number is 800-2014, and you can actually call in and give information, talk to them without giving your name or location or anything, so you can be anonymous. And then if that's the case, even Childline. And then of course we would approach you or meet you, or they will give a contact. If you want to leave a contact, you leave a contact number, and then we will meet you somewhere that is most comfortable to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, would you encourage girls to entertain joining the police service?
Of course, man.
I think as females, that's a given, right?
So we're females. Oh my gosh, man. we got it going on here, man.
Look about the person who's in charge of us. She's a woman superintendent of police. You know how far she came from, and that is like kudos to her. And so you can reach fan. Plus, we have a female deputy commissioner of police, and of course, one day, very soon, we are going to have a female commissioner of police.
Woman power.
So yes, we encourage women to join.
Come join, man. Come join.
Excellent, excellent. And one other question: do you find? Okay, so a student is asking about the uniforms. Do you find that it's comfortable?
Not really.
Not really. But
at least you guys are honest. I said at least you guys are honest.
No, it's not because we feel the fabric. I think remember it's years ago they made those uniform. I'm not knocking the uniform. Yes. It's an awesome uniform. It's beautiful because a lot of other companies, security companies, have copied our uniforms. Correct. But for this timing and the climate, and because we have been changing, the fabric is not that suited. Yes. But I think there are talks, don't quote me, that they will eventually change it into something more suitable for us to wear. But of course, we love the uniform. I mean, we look splendid.
You must admit we look real hot in it when we
put
it on.
Yeah,
we look hot. You look hot.
Oh gosh. So you guys have me really laughing. You guys have me going. One last question. What would you say, or what advice would you give to a student that may be in a home experiencing physical or sexual abuse? What advice would you give to that student?
Okay, I will deal with the physical part of it, and Sergeant George will deal with the sexual part of it. So if you're being physically abused, okay, all right, over a period of time, you need to tell somebody. All right, don't wait until the marks heal up. Show somebody, and maybe encourage them to make anonymous reports so that we can come in. If you don't say anything, we won't know. That is the first step. You must tell somebody. Try to make the all the different bodies know what is going on. It have Childline, it have everything. Just give that call, make that call.
And pertaining to the sexual part of it, we know it's sort of something that everybody frowns upon. Sometimes the child may feel it's their fault, but it's not. It's never your fault to be sexually abused. If you're being sexually abused, as Ms. Lashley also said, tell somebody. And if you can't tell somebody, we know some of the instances where some people wrote it down. So let's say it happened on the 16th, you write down on the 16th, whoever, could be your uncle, your auntie, your stepfather, your stepmother, write down the person name had sex with me or did me something.
Keep a little diary.
Keep something quiet. You know, you write it on a piece of paper, write it anywhere. We all have phones, even to make a voice note, you do that. And as soon as possible, you talk to a guidance officer. You'll have awesome guidance officers in these schools, I must say, who actually take an active role. No, you all do a really good job.
Really
and I must
good
say
job.
That,
really,
so
really
they
good
can
job.
talk to you all. If you don't fit, you want to go in you can actually go in the health center and all. Let's just tell you, everybody's
tell
on board.
somebody.
Everybody now is on board for the safe. You have the child and you just go and tell them I am being sexually abused. And as we said, 800-2014, it's a free call. You call them and let them know. Call
Tell the
child and
Children's
let,
Authority.
but tell somebody, as I said, if you cannot and you feel that you just can't mouth the words, because I know how horrific it can be, write it down and just pass the paper to somebody.
We had a child, her father beat her with the cord from the laptop because he finds she not doing the work fast enough. And she called Childline and we got the message. And when we went in, he was so shocked to see police in front of us. That man could have disappeared, but we were there and we had to deal with it. So tell somebody.
Okay, thank you so very much for an excellent and exciting presentation. I'm sure that our students would have enjoyed it as much as I did, right? And over the days, we would have had different service divisions, you'd have had prisons, Coast Guard, fire. So just like I would have said to them, on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, I mean to say, I just want to thank you guys for your service to Trinidad and Tobago, your commitment, your passion, and you guys are making a difference, right? So I just want to put a plug in there for our students. Join the police service if it is you want to see a better Trinidad and Tobago.
And with that being said, I want to say on behalf of our Superintendent of Police, Ms. Claire Guy, I want to thank you guys for reaching out to us so that we can be part of this awesome career week that you had. And I agree, join the service because there are watch me, there are so many units. There's a Marine, watch me, you can go on the boat. Do anything. All right. So you guys, you just take your time, but study your work. You must have passes. We cannot say that enough. You must have 5 passes to come by yourself. 5.
Just get that down. Get it down. 5. And I would like to say thank you.
Thank you
for the opportunity and thanks for having us.
Yes. So on behalf of the Ministry of, because I have to say this, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Student Support Division, Guidance Units in Patrick District, a big thank you to both of you for a wonderful presentation this afternoon. And I want to wish you a restful, because I'm sure it has been a long day, a restful and enjoyable rest of the day. So thank you so very much again.
And any questions after, feel free. Well, we know you will contact us. Feel free, and they can always ask us anything. Okay.
Definitely.
Bye. Thanks for having us.
Okay, students, so we just had our last presentation, which I'm sure that you would have thoroughly enjoyed. And I want to encourage our students truly to take the information that was shared and to use it to apply it, right? And even as we close, I just want to thank each and every one of our presenters that would have presented to our Form 3 students. Today, I want to thank all the students, all the parents that would have tuned in, all the teachers that would have taken the time to tune in and support the students, and our tech team, the RSC tech team that would have supported us throughout the day, which without this couldn't be possible in terms of providing that technical support. So I want to wish each and every one of you an enjoyable rest of the evening and see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be having more exciting presentations for you. So stay tuned and see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.